All right, just dotting the i's, crossing the t's, that's all.
Don't want anybody to get anybody else's turn.
Okay. All right, good evening, welcome to the Board of Selectmen meeting for Monday, January 14th, 2019.
Tuesday, January 5th.
Ah, you're right, yeah, I'm reading last night's agenda, got off to a good start, thank you. We missed you last night, yes.
Missed you as well.
Tuesday, January 15th, we have essentially one topic of business tonight, an important one. We have 3 interviews with town administrator candidates. And our first item of business on that account is to go review the interview process and make sure we're all on the same page with that. We discussed it at last night's meeting. We discussed it a week ago as well at a meeting with the town administrator selection committee. So from now till 5:40 or so, we will finalize that. At 5:40, we will be interviewing town administrator finalist Stephen Sadwick. At 6:55 approximately, we will be interviewing TA finalist Kelly Hebert. And at 8:10, we will be interviewing TA finalist Nina Nazarian. Anticipated around about 9:25 p.m., we will have a discussion of candidates and possibly vote for our next TA, although we have reserved this room and posted for tomorrow night if we decide to put that off. So, following our custom, I would ask our clerk to lead us in the pledge, so we can begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, so we went over questions last night. Cindy was good enough to recap them for us. First thing I noticed, not that it's a biggie, is we have 7. We have 5 of us. How do we want to deal with that? We were going to do them in rotation.
Yeah, so I don't have a problem if two members get an extra.
Or we can just
Question
do the
or-
first round around and then continue the, that way we're not even
Number
asking
one
the
that
same
goes number
question.
6, we could do that.
Yeah.
And
Popcorn?
number 7 would be sort of the last question. You know,
Yeah,
so we'll go
by
through-
logic, yeah.
Yeah.
Right. Okay, has everyone had a chance to look these over?
I think what we don't have is probably just a quick introduce yourself to us.
Yeah, that was the point I was going to raise today. I see that we have giving them an opportunity for a closing argument, but we didn't really discuss, do we want to, even prior to these questions, ask them to make an opening statement introducing themselves to the town?
I think so.
Mr. Chairman, the only thing I'd add to, if they're going to do an introductory statement, which is, kind of commonplace for
Yes.
this type of interview, maybe ask them what's changed since the first interview they had with Littleton to today. How they're,
Well, that almost phrases itself as a question unto itself, though, isn't it?
okay.
I mean, and by the way, on these questions, our discussed strategy is that we will ask these questions in turn, and that once the first answer to the question is given, board members will have opportunity to ask follow-up questions, which can come from whatever direction you want. So maybe that's,
I can incorporate that into
Yeah.
a follow-up.
Good
okay.
question.
All right. Okay.
Yep.
So before I ask Chase to hit the buzzer for candidate number 1, that will come in, we'll introduce them to their glass of water that Rob so graciously provided for them, and give them an opportunity to make an opening statement introducing themselves to us and the town. We'll begin with the questions, and why don't I say, just because it'll be easy to keep track of, the first question on the first round, Chuck, do you want to start off with? And we'll just go 1 through 7,
Okay.
and then after each question's answered, as I say, we don't have to wait until the full end to do follow-up questions. We'll do them after each question. That's okay? Yeah.
But you intend to allow time for follow-up, presuming, I would hope we get through 6 questions.
Oh, that's true. We do have time to keep track of 2, so I will anoint myself as timekeeper. But anybody who sees us running close on time, feel free to jump up. Correct, that's,
But if we get through all 6, we can ask additional follow-ups and.
yeah, you got 6, I had 7.
Or, well,
Yeah.
6, and then the last,
Right.
closing argument. is-
We'll make sure we get through them all. Yeah, so I probably ought to have working time frame for each of them. You might as well go ahead, I would say, and ask Ann to send Steve
Actually, I
down.
just
You already did, all right, good, okay.
So, Paul, you're going to do the kickoff, tell us a little bit about yourself,
Yeah.
and then
And then on question 1, we'll
natural
go.
close comes to that, I'll jump in.
Yep.
Thank you.
Very noble, Paul.
Yeah,
What do we
I'm
want,
prepared to
really?
give an opening statement.
Okay.
Oh, I was waiting for the comment to come back.
Too many things flash through my head.
Oh, we roughly have 10 minutes per question, right, or 10 minutes?
Anybody that wishes to,
Because we have, what, 70
We have
minutes?
75 minutes,
He's
right?
down
We
here, so-
probably want to leave a couple minutes
Right,
between
right.
candidates. So. And we are actually starting on time, so look at that. I'm going to send these off to Anne and have her run off a couple more copies of
Okay.
each of these, so we each have
As
3
long as she's
sets.
not giving them out to the,
Yep.
I already sent them to all of them, is that not okay?
okay.
Evening.
Evening. First candidate, Stephen Sadwick. Going up.
Yes.
I'm not gonna shake your hand just because,
Hi, nice
Right,
to see you
see you.
again.
Nice to see you. Nice to see you, Jason.
Good to see you again, Steve.
Hi, John. Good to see you. We got a trip over the court.
Ah, yeah, that was, you passed the first
That's
test.
the first test.
Okay. All right, well, we do have set questions that we've agreed upon that we were going to ask each of the candidates. And with them, based on your answer, members will be free after each of the answers you give to the set questions to ask follow-up questions as they deem appropriate. And what we're going to start off with is just asking you to give an opening statement, introducing yourself to our board and really to the town, since this is televised as well.
Sure. Steve Sadwick. I am currently the Assistant Town Manager in Tewksbury. I've been in Tewksbury for 17 and a half years, and the last 2.5 years serving as the Assistant Town Manager. Prior to that, I was the Community Development Director overseeing building, health, conservation, and planning. Prior to my time in Tewksbury, I was in Stoneham for 3 years, fulfilling kind of the same role. And then going way, way back, I was in Syracuse for 6 years.
Okay, terrific. Then our first question, Selectman DeCoste.
all right, Steve, tell us about one initiative you helped to create and implement, which you feel was most beneficial to the community, why you chose this project, and how it proved beneficial.
Believe it or not, I think it was our master plan that we did in 2003. We completed the master plan in Tewksbury, and that was after a significant amount of community input. We had a very good master plan committee there, and we ran up throughout the years from 2003 until about 2013 at achieving about 70% of what was in that master plan. And so 2012, we kind of picked up on that and then embarked on an update to the master plan. But I think that the master plan hit a number of topics that had come out in the early 2000s, and I believe that Tewksbury is a better place for it today.
Follow-ups on this topic for anyone?
Does Tewksbury have a charter, or does it?
It operates under a charter. Correct.
I'll ask a question on master plan, since you brought that up as a project in your background, and you're aware that we've just
Correct.
adopted a revised master plan within the past couple of years. What critique would you offer of our master plan, having looked at it? Is it, looking at it from the outside, is there anything that we've missed or you did differently that you might?
No, but, and I think one of the things that I credit Littleton on in their master plan is having the implementation committee follow up after the fact. A lot of the coordinating or publicizing of master plan accomplishments really fell to my department. It was once we had finished it, it was really left to staff to kind of point out to people, here's where we're achieving things and here's where we should focus on the upcoming year.
Okay.
So Steve, within, as far as executing the master plan, if the first iteration was 2003, that must have been relatively early in your tenure there.
Correct.
Okay. So And then the revisions 2012. So how did your role and responsibility for implementing the master plan evolve from 2003 to 2012? And what role did you specifically play in choosing what pieces you focus on?
We try, I was primarily focused on the land use pieces to it, but at weekly staff meetings that we had, I was cognizant of the fact that there were other departments at the table, that I wanted to remind them that things such as sidewalks and some other infrastructure improvements were included in the plan that needed to be implemented. So it was more of reminding people, and then also recognizing opportunities when I saw certain projects being proposed, that there was a piece of that in the master plan that they could expand on.
You made an example of one of those opportunities that you,
One of them was in our, we have Tewksbury has one intersection that is a pretty dangerous intersection, flashing yellow lights, and it was kind of picked up in the master plan on the land use piece, but we had identified this in 2003 that it was a issue that needed to be addressed, and between planning staff and Mass DOT and talking with Department of Public Works, that project got kicked off. So it was more of, remember, here's some things that were set in the master plan. When we're looking to put projects on the tip, let's make sure that we go back to the master plan to look at it. And that was one of those projects that were picked up.
Thank you. Can I follow up?
Sure.
You had mentioned in 2003, 70% of what was in there was probably accomplished, somewhere in that range.
And it was by 2012 that we had hit 70%.
And when in 2013, is that when you went through it again and revised it?
Correct.
And if you did revise it, did you find there was a lot that had to be changed between the 2002? I know in our case, there were a lot of things. So was
Yeah.
the same thing in Tewksbury?
I would say it was probably about 50/50. There were some new things that were added on, obviously, over the course of a decade. Things changed. But then there were some things that remained the same. You know, doing things such as affordable housing, you're always kind of pecking away at that. So our, in what we did by 2013, 2014, was we were able to integrate our affordable housing plan into the master plan. Those two are very closely linked now. So every opportunity that we get, we're linking other plans with the master plan.
Thanks.
Okay, if there aren't any other follow-ups, we'll go to question 2. Selectman Napoli?
Structure, process, and people are three important areas of focus for the town administrator. In which areas will you focus the most time, effort, and energy the first 30, 60, and 90 days of employment?
Can I write those down again?
Sure.
You said structure?
Structure, process, and people
Yep.
are three important areas of focus for the town administrator. Which areas will you focus the most time, effort, and energy the first 30, 60, and 90 days?
Within the first 30 days, really, I believe that there's going to have to be a significant amount of analysis to occur. And in my mind, I think structure is probably more of a long-term component, so that would be out at a 90-day timeframe probably. Process would probably start to emerge at 60 days. So I think people is really within the first 30 days of getting to know individuals, both on the staff level, volunteer level, board level, and then also looking for opportunities for where things can be improved based on what my observations are and the input that I receive.
Okay, great.
What would you proactively see yourself doing, say, in that first 30-day period to do both the general analysis and to do the people component of it?
Right, so there's going to be a lot of, there will be quiet time, which will most likely be outside of work hours of, you know, catching up on minutes, bylaws, rules and regulations of different committees that we have in Littleton. There will be, one of the things that I think is kind of important as far on the people side is really to meet people face to face. So there's an interest on my part to really get out as much as possible to every committee meeting, board meeting within that first month. And then also with department heads, my preference is to meet with department heads in their own offices, in their own space, so that there's a level of comfort. And then it also helps me understand the work environment that they're operating in.
Other follow-ups?
I got one. You mentioned structure being a longer term, I can understand that. And hopefully we've had time to take a look at our structure. Do you see anything offhand right away that you'd see that we should be looking to change in our structure? Because we did make changes in the past and we're still looking for things. We've noticed even recently there's some things that we have to pick up on ourselves.
Yeah, you know, again, I've been in two other Massachusetts communities, one with a very strong town manager form of government, and the other one was with the town administrator form of government. It's really hard to put your finger on it without actually seeing it and feeling it, so I think it would be a little bit premature to really throw something out there right now.
Let's put you in the spot.
Well,
It's a little bit.
trying to be a little bit smart here, Joe.
Let's see if someone else has another way. Put them on the spot, Chuck. Go
I
ahead.
don't know if I'll put him on the spot, but I think it's, it'll speak to, you've been in Tewksbury for a while. The current town manager, Richard Montori's been there for, 10-ish,
Yep.
9, 10 years, something like that. So I'm assuming since you were promoted to assistant TA under him, that you've been able to learn a lot. Did you see yourself being able to, because he's a well-respected individual in the industry, if you will, do you see him playing a role as a mentor for you in getting through this 30, 60, 90 as far as the structure and the process? And do you have any specifics that you could share with us?
Well, absolutely, but absolutely would I see him a mentor through the process. He's almost become like a life coach, really. And he is very well respected, and I really appreciate the way he manages both people and processes. Very supportive of personnel and have very high regard for him. As far as he and I have a lot of thoughts about structure and process that we share in common, as well as personnel development. So, you know, I think I would run by him anything that was kind of out of the ordinary of where I think he would be. I mean, I've been a protege of his and have learned a lot from him. So if it's something that I ran across that seemed kind of out of the ordinary or would be out of that thought process that I think the two of us share, then I would kind of run it by him.
Thanks.
One of the things you just said, Steve, identifying sort of people as the first thing that you want to harness. You also noted the importance of being very supportive of personnel, and your previous mentors being very supportive of personnel. So what have you learned in your current position as town manager that maybe you didn't know before about what it takes to be supportive of personnel? And give me a specific example of sort of how you've grown that aspect of your administrative capability.
Yeah, I myself have always considered myself to be a big picture person, that even at a department head level or even lower than that, early in my career, that I've tried to see the big picture of the organization. And I think what I've witnessed as the assistant town manager right now is that Richard Montori has been very good at making sure that his people are getting cross-trained in certain things, or that he's putting the money into training them through the MCPPO program, and that cuts across all departments that he's doing. And also sending some staff to leadership development, whether it's through MMA or Suffolk University.
You, just following up on Cindy's structure of the question there, at the 90-day level where structure comes into play, going back to the last time you were in a similar situation in your career when you moved up to assistant administrator in Tewksbury from being planner, did you have a similar opportunity to make an analysis and implement, or at least suggest changes? And if so, could you describe those, whether they were structural changes or process changes?
Yeah, you know, it wasn't so much, it wasn't so much of a structural change, but Tewksbury actually operated under a personnel bylaw, and I worked very closely with the human resource director. I was the chair of the personnel committee, and the two of us, along with the town manager, and it was pretty much his charge, was, you know, let's try and undo some of the things that were left in that bylaw from pre-charter days, so that he could exercise his authority under the charter. So we actually worked, and again, this is non-unionized, that was for non-unionized employees. We worked, the HR director and myself, to move it from a bylaw into a personal administration plan that needed to be taken to a group of employees and work through that with them. And it kind of changed, so it kind of changed the structure a little bit for them, but it cut across all departments, and even department heads were affected by it. The chiefs were the ones that were most concerned that their rights were protected.
Any other follow-up? Okay, third question, Chase?
Sure, Steve. So during your career, what have you found to be the key to developing a good team? Specifically, explain a situation where you used those attributes to form a team to achieve a specific result or to reconcile differences and improve a situation.
You know, in both instances, in Stoneham and in Tewksbury, stepping into a community development director position where you're overseeing a consolidation of building and planning and health, those were in and of themselves significant challenges. Looking back to my time in Stoneham, we actually had to execute a memorandum of agreement with the Board of Health as to how staff would be reporting to me, but yet we still had to recognize the Board of Health's authority. They kind of demanded that agreement be written. And then it's trying to get those employees to, again, see the greater good of the consolidation of services under one roof. So in moving into the renovated town hall, which we completed in 2015, we brought health, building, planning, and conservation all into one department, service everybody at one counter, and even have some level of cross-training that's occurring in that department. So, you know, I think in that instance, the result was better customer service, really.
Follow-ups? I'll ask, just to try to take the good team aspect and bring it right down to the specifics of your history or experience in hiring through your various positions in your career. How often and at what levels have you been involved in hiring processes?
Every individual in the community development department,
And how many is that?
I think it's 11 total. I ended up hiring directly. And then I've been included in a number of hires, including finance director, DPW director, town engineer, all the way down to mechanics in the motor pool at DPW.
And what was your role in those hiring decisions?
It was
How's
sitting
that
on,
role?
yeah, it was sitting on the selection committee. It was usually the town manager, myself, department head, and HR.
And in the community development, you would be initiating and conducting the process?
Yep.
Okay.
Question here.
Oh, sure.
You started the answer to that question, the key to developing people, talking about your role in community development and planning. What I'm interested in is how your perspective on developing people has changed in the last several years since you've become the assistant town manager, right? And I would think that within the planning organization, you may have a more homogeneous group of people who think a particular way. Now at the town manager level, now you're responsible for the whole organization. So how has your perspective shifted, and how has your behavior shifted to accommodate that?
You know, it's become more of a, more accessible to a broader range of employees, and then listening to them and what their needs are, and figuring out how to help them advance within their own fields. So I think just the accessibility alone and getting people to identify what they think they need and running through that evaluation with them, and then having the conversation with the department head of, you know, this individual had pointed this out to me. Have you given any thought to that? And, you know, what resources could we assist you with at the town manager's level? One of the things that we've done that I actually thought was needed was to create a risk management committee. And so that we have a lot of cross-sharing of information, and through my training opportunities and stuff, we're looking where we can kind of consolidate and coordinate bringing people in or making sure we're getting people out to training when necessary across departments.
Okay.
I'm good with that, thank you.
Okay, again, following up on a word in the initial question, Steve, looking back over the hires that you've had to make in the community development, where you have essentially had more or less final say, I would guess, and how, I would guess, going back to your days as planner, you probably have seen turnover in most of those positions at
Yep.
some point? All right. So if most of those people have been a product of a hiring process that you controlled, what attributes would you tick off that those folks have in common that you either look for or have come out as a result of their performance that would give us a picture of what you do or what you're looking for when hiring?
Yeah, I do take the customer service component very seriously. I'm looking for how well people work with other staff members. And then, and in all honesty, there's been a few people that we did let go. I think 2 people we let go during the probationary period, that the fit didn't work.
How did you know and how did you handle that?
The first instance was pretty easy. The woman that was hired in the building department was not,
You don't have to get too specific there. Right?
Just initials.
it was a long time ago now that I think about it. But we recognized early on that she just wasn't picking up the process of handling permits. And then, so that was the biggest issue. And that was something hard that's hard to pick up on during an interview process until someone is actually conducting themselves and handling that paper flow and everything else. So we recognized that with her. The other individual, we ran into an issue with her and how she had interpreted local bylaws and state statutes that were not reasonable. And there was counseling along the way, and it just did not work out, so.
So in answering my question, how you handle it, the first step is counseling and,
Yep.
you know, from what, superiors in the org structure?
Yeah, so that was the building commissioner that handled on the building side, but I was pulled into those conversations and supported him. And then the other individual was a direct report to me, and I just could not get that individual to see things from a reasonable framework.
All right.
It sounded like both of those were reasonably technical in nature. This is intended to be hypothetical. Talk me through how you would handle an employee whose behavior is sort of in an ethical gray area. You know, what kind of approach would you take in a scenario like that, where it's not an obvious, immediately, you know, fireable offense, but you've now got concerns about, do we have ethical concerns here? Talk me through how you would ideally handle a scenario like that.
Actually had one of those, so now that I think about it. As much research and investigation as possible ahead of time, I mean, to get the best understanding possible with the information that you have in hand. And at some point, you hit a point where you need to have the conversation with the individual and present them with that. And then at that point, if the individual, in the instance that I faced, the individual did not understand that it was an ethical violation, but it most clearly was. That individual ended up having to be fired once the evidence was put in front of him, and I felt comfortable that we had the case that he could not challenge us on. And that was in consultation with town council.
Okay. Would it have been different if you felt like you could have counseled them through it?
Yeah. If there would have been counseling or even recognition of wrongdoing.
Okay.
I mean, it was just one of those things that any reasonable person, the five of you, myself, people watching right now would say, my God, how could that have occurred? And the individual, by the way, was not one of my hires. It was before my time. He was,
Good save.
he was a carryover from the earlier days. But yeah, he didn't understand. But yes, counseling would always be the first step, really.
Great. Okay, any other follow-ups on this question?
I think we're good, we gotta move on.
Huh?
We need to move on.
Okay, yeah, no, we're actually doing great on time here. So. All right, our next question, Steve, you've made several transitions throughout your career. What strategies did you employ to establish effective communications and build relationships in a new position? What did you learn from those previous examples that you will use when you transition to Littleton?
Yeah. I did tell you it's been 17 and a half years I've been in Tewksbury, right?
We can even count the most recent transitions in town
Well,
manager.
that was an easy one. They were already established. In both instances, you know, looking at coming to Stoneham, especially from out of state, and then from Stoneham to Tewksbury, again, it really meant getting out and being active and introducing myself both to business leaders in those communities, developers, based on the position, and really the boards themselves. That's where the focus was. Residents are a little bit harder to reach because it's a much more individualized basis, but I would, to this day, would still not turn down a meeting or a conversation with any resident. So if there were and it actually did occur in both places, that there were residents that wanted to come in to see the new community development director. Those opportunities presented themselves, and we had very good conversations, and long-term relationships actually evolved out of those. So it's getting out and about.
Okay. Your last transition was internal at, within Tewksbury. How much of a change was that from being planner to being assistant town administrator?
A lot of people said it was about time you got the title, because there was a lot of what I was doing was outside of the scope of the community development director position. Again, which I didn't mind, because trying to see the big picture and whatever I can do to help the organization. So it wasn't that difficult of a transition, really.
Okay. To the extent that one of the key words in the question here is communications, in each new position, there's presumably a message, why you're there, what the position's all about. Did you consciously have to approach that in your last transition, or as you say, was that more of a change in title with more authority?
Change in title, more authority, same pay. But the two previous, thank you for triggering my memory, in both instances, both in Stoneham and in Tewksbury, when I came into those positions, it was important to me to put out a mission statement, just so that there was an understanding of what the position in the department was about, and then also getting buy-in on the staff on that. So that was how I communicated who we are and what our values were.
Just to follow up
Sure,
on that.
sure.
So is that a strategy that you would employ here? You'd create
Yes.
a mission statement or a vision statement or something that you would communicate
Yes,
to
I would.
the Board of Selectmen and to the community as a whole?
Yes, I would.
Yeah, okay, so this expectation set. Good.
Any initial thoughts on that? I mean, you've been looking at Littleton, honestly, since probably you saw the job posting in October and doing your research, so.
Well, yeah, as part of the assessment center, it was interesting doing that keynote speech, because it kind of made you focus on that type of thing, and so there was the bit about envisioning where Littleton is and should go, which should be part of that statement. And then a lot of what I've been picking up is communications, addressing communications needs to be part of that vision or that charge. Just internal communications across departments, communications with the selectmen, communications to the boards, communication to residents. And I remember doing that keynote, I was thinking about that there's both a communications outward, but there's also a receiving end on communications. So you're communicating to people, but you're also receiving communications from people that need to be processed. And I think that that's kind of an important thing that sometimes gets missed, because people are used to putting messages out, but it's how do we take messages in, and then what do we do with those messages? That should all be boiled into some type of mission statement or charge.
in just follow again on the line of communications, in your present role, to what extent are you actively involved in social media, interaction with the community as part of your position in conveying communications
I
messages?
have people that do that for me.
Okay.
But it's very important, and that's that one-way communication outward. I do have some reservations about interactive type communications, especially social media, online type things. I mean, if something is put out and someone wants to respond to that, my preference is to handle that on a one-on-one level, only because I've seen some things that have gotten messy and with public officials responding to things, and you can end up going down rabbit holes very quickly.
Okay. Other follow-ups in this question, anyone?
I do have one. You had mentioned sort of introducing yourself and getting to know who the players are. And I think this is probably true of every community. We have some folks who at any given time, maybe it's a developer who's bringing forward a project that we don't particularly care for, or it's a particular problem here. Anyway, we're political animals. There's stories behind each character. So how do you process what might initially be conveyed to you about someone, let's take a developer. Maybe a developer is going in a direction we don't particularly think is the right direction. How would you go about getting to know the reality of that story versus just what we're conveying to you from our perspective?
I usually, I subscribe to giving people the benefit of the doubt. So if I'm meeting with somebody and it's the first time, it's pretty much a clean slate. But after taking in that information from that individual, and then obviously communicating with the board about who it is I've met with, and if I receive information from the board, all that, or staff, all that does is it puts me on alert, but I would probably just pay more attention to any pitfalls that may occur out of a pitched project or an individual that I've been warned about.
Interesting. Thank you.
All right.
Awesome.
Selectman Knox?
Name a time when your patience was tested in the workplace. How did you respond to the situation? What was the outcome? And how did that change future interactions where your patience was tested?
You can't use this process.
Well, there was a pesky individual in Stoneham who would show up to complain about the building inspector on a continuous basis, to the point of where he would interrupt office operations. So there had to be conversations with him, and again, this individual was just, I've never met anyone like him before. An in your personal space type individual. So there was actually, the warning of, you're not going to come in here and treat staff this way, and you need to make an appointment with me before you can come in and talk with me, because, again, very disruptive and disrespectful of people's time. The guy used to, because I was in a lower level office, the guy would, lean over walking around the building to see if I was in my office on his way to complain about the building inspector. But, so it was more of giving him the message of what it is that he was doing that was disruptive in the workplace, and then the solution being that he had to make appointments prior to coming in to seeing either myself or the building inspector. just so that we could kind of prepare ourselves for it. Which is very draining on resources and patience.
How did it resolve itself?
I left. I left and I heard that eventually there was a restraining order that
Oh, okay.
the town had to take out on the individual.
Follow-ups?
I fear I know who that individual was.
He's moved to Littleton, now he's a selectman.
Okay.
Is this thing on?
Well, that was a good story. Have any other incidents that, anyone else annoy you over the past, how about in Tewksbury? Any?
Yeah, we had a developer, a very significant developer in town that has thrown me off of work sites. He's told me and other staff to get out, constant phone calls. With him, it was more of waiting until he calmed down, where you could have a conversation with him, and then basically kind of putting him in the box of, this is unacceptable, it's not going to happen again, and we won't tolerate the behavior, especially, there were a few times where he actually came to the office and was just a little bit crazy. We do get some really good clients when I think about it in the building department, planning. But that one was handled, he calmed down significantly once we had the chat with him.
Any related follow-ups, so we can move onward? All right.
We're wrapping around, or what are we doing?
Yep, your turn again, Chuck.
All right. Name specific strengths and weaknesses that have consistently been brought to your attention at one time or another during your career. And what did you do to build upon those strengths and/or address your weaknesses?
The strength, when I think about some of the strengths, that would be my accessibility, my level of support, and probably the respect that I show to everyone around me. That's so those are the strengths. I hate identifying weaknesses publicly. I think I had mentioned earlier about giving people the benefit of the doubt, and I think sometimes that is a weakness, but it's just the way that I've developed in my profession over the years. And so with that one, I will say that I have a level of skepticism, but I still subscribe to giving people the benefit of the doubt. One of the other areas, weakness. Can being too nice be a weakness?
I've been accused of that.
So,
I hope.
sometimes.
Present company.
Not locally.
Yeah, so sometimes that does occur, and it's, by being that nice, you kind of, misread someone. And so those things have been pointed out, and it's not that I try not to be nice, but it's more of trying to keep things at a high level of professionalism so that that doesn't really manifest itself in a negative way.
Now, at the core of this question about strengths and weaknesses throughout your career is a whole, I guess, a curiosity about how you manage your own growth as a professional and your self-development. What do you consciously do to make yourself better at the jobs you've had and make yourself ready for the next jobs.
Yeah, with respect to that wording, it really comes down to understanding the expectations that are on you and your authority in operating in whatever position you're in. So there's research, there's discussions, there's check-ins with peers. Do you think that I should be doing this, or that I could do this, or so, and then seeking out pathways to getting what I need in that position. So whether it's necessary training or certifications, whatever it takes, of pursuing those things for self-improvement.
Are there follow-ups on this topic?
Yeah, I just want to go back to the statement that you said, being too nice, and I think there's nothing wrong with that at all. But do you find by having that kind of personality that people take advantage of it, and when do you finally say, no?
Being too nice is too broad. Maybe it's
But there's
just.
nothing wrong with that.
Yeah,
I'm not picking on the statement at all.
No, and I was thinking, as you were asking that question, I was thinking about it. Maybe it's also indicative of a level of patience, that I'm very patient, and so there's a tolerance that's accepted. And so at times when that patience is pushed to a limit, it's really standing firm and saying, no, that's unacceptable, or no, you can't treat someone that way, or that's disrespectful, or it's inappropriate. Using those types of terms once the patience limit has been pushed.
Thank you.
I'm all set.
I've got one.
Okay, you do, yeah, fine.
And during the assessment center process, Fred Ryan put together sort of a synthesis of the assessment center, and with every candidate laid out strengths and weaknesses. So fits within the context of this question. Did you think the strengths and weaknesses identified during that assessment center were accurate, or how would you respond to the strengths and weaknesses that were laid out, in terms of,
Yeah.
a more quieter communication style, but a strong, superior, written communication style, other aspects of it? Was it fair? Was it accurate, or do you think it didn't represent you?
I'll take the superior writing.
For 1,000, Alex?
I will say that, yeah, I do, I am quiet, soft-spoken. The excitement and enthusiasm really doesn't come out. I do have a sense of humor. The assessment center itself that day, I had mentioned that I was under the weather, so on a performance side of things, there was that issue. But yes, I've been told and know that that's where I am, and in all honesty, that's who I am, and I don't. I think that there's some strengths to that in the life cycle of an organization, that sometimes you want to have that charismatic out there type person and that type of personality, and I understand that. And then there's other times where you need someone that's going to be a little bit more measured in their responses and how they present themselves publicly. So that does characterize who I am.
Well, I'm glad you brought that up, because that's an interesting transition. So you would obviously be following a TA whose biggest achievements are outward, right? So understanding that you have a very different style. How would you help Littleton maintain those very important outward regional connections, legislative connections, so on and so forth, to continue that which has already been built, and we rely heavily on it?
Yeah. Those connections, I recognize that are very important, and whoever fills the position needs to maintain those connections and efforts that were achieved by the previous town administrator. Personally, I myself sit on the same board with him at MAPC. Through where I live, that's my volunteer time to the town that I live in. So I'm very much engaged with MAPC staff. As far as legislators are concerned, I've been involved with land use reform for a decade and a half now, and we'll be going down to Beacon Hill tomorrow to push for some legislation and sponsors. So I have no problems moving in and out of the State House, and also have very good reputation with staff and state departments. In fact, an example came up just the other day where the MMA had contacted me and said that I was recommended by DEP to come in and do some training for recycling because supposedly I had a really good handle on how municipalities should handle recycling. So I appreciated that, but you know, I ran one program in Tewksbury that was very successful for recycling, and I thought that, you know, it really belonged more to my boss who oversaw the entire recycling program. So I, you know, went in and talked to him about it, and I said, I know that this is what I did and what I did well, and DEP was very happy with that, but really, you should talk about the overall program. So my point is that I have connections, and I think I'm very well received at different state departments, whether it's DHCD, people at DEP, EOE. Tewksbury is a green communities community, and I think we've been the same time as Littleton. I think it's 2011, but you know, I think I could carry that flag for the town.
Thank you.
Any other follow-up on this general question? Jeff, no?
Just one comment more than a follow-up, just in our conversation previous, when we met for our one-on-ones, there was that was identified as a weakness by Fred, the quiet demeanor, not the more outspoken, more of an introverted communicator. And I asked Steve if he saw the role of the town administrator being that outspoken individual, or if that was more the role of the Board of Selectmen. And I don't want to take the answer for you, but I just think it's worth sharing now because it's kind of been teed up a little bit here.
Yeah. My job is to be, I view the position to be the spokesperson for the town, both internally and externally. With that being said, it is not my place really to be in the spotlight. I feel that the governing body of the town really needs to be respected and considered and included in all of that. So the town administrator, yes, it's an important position. Yes, you do speak for the town, but you're really speaking for the Board of Selectmen itself, especially in a town administrator form of government, I believe.
Right.
All right, Cindy, you want to ask the final question?
Certainly. So last question, Steve. We're about out of time, so we're going to give you a chance to make a final closing argument. I'll answer the question, why are you the one for Littleton?
I believe that where Littleton is today, which is a very good position to be in, by the way. I think that I have a skill set that will help the town over the next couple of years, hopefully a decade or so. But I believe that I have a skill set that will assist the town in a very measured approach in pulling together a number of different priorities, projects, organizational issues, and serve to communicate both internally and externally the values of the town of Littleton. And I really, the more and more I was into this process and the more I learned about Littleton, the more and more excited that I got about really wanting to be part of the team here.
Okay. I don't know if we should be asking follow-ups on a final answer, so we'll leave it, we'll leave it at that. And thank you.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Steve.
We have contact information for Steve, I assume you have all that.
No shortage of content.
Oh,
Yeah,
right,
I'd like to shake your hand.
you don't want to go there.
Thank you very
Right,
much.
you're very welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Joe, good seeing you again.
Good luck, Steve. As far as the process, we're sharing the process, so they already know.
What's that?
They already know the process as far as our decision-making, or?
We may well reach a decision tonight, and if we do, you'll hear from us either way. We've also reserved the right and reserved the room and posted for a meeting tomorrow, so that if we want to think about it, or if we get at loggerheads, then it may be delayed.
Okay.
Great, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Goodbye.
We're a little ahead of schedule.
Were you able to get a hold of Ann?
Oh,
Were you able to get a hold of Ann?
Yeah, she was gonna bring him down when she
He
comes
didn't
down.
touch it, I'd leave it there, Rob. Oh, no, he did, no. No.
Yeah, Ann said that she was gonna print out another set.
Good.
We hadn't talked about these, but my assumption is that these are gonna end up being
Record.
saved as part of the,
Public record?
the public record associated.
I'll
with
scratch
this.
it all the swears.
We're a few minutes ahead. I mean, I think we can, I can text Ann, see if,
I mean, it says, are they all here? I mean, there's no reason we can't move ahead earlier unless board, I mean, no harm in doing it sooner.
Right, that's true. If they're already here.
Yeah, I don't want to throw anybody off their game if like they're on their way and they get hurried or anything like that.
well, what I'm telling Ann is we're ready whenever Kelly is ready. And-
Okay.
But if Kelly needs the extra
Right.
5 or 10 minutes to
Right.
compose her thoughts, then she certainly do that.
Chuck, you got the flu?
I have pneumonia.
I put you in another room.
Want a kiss?
No.
I've got lots of meds on board, so
Sorry.
I'm not contagious. Last night would have been bad, but
Our whole house has been battling something for 11 days.
Yeah, Anna looked like she was recovering last night.
She's 3 days behind me.
she looks better.
Always. Even when she's sick.
Ann said Kelly will be down in a couple minutes.
But you may have to decide where the best place to sit is.
What did you say?
I'm glad I came, it's coming out.
Yeah, right, yeah. Yeah, germs in stereo.
Life of a reporter. I don't think it's just us.
Purell right in front of you, Joy.
exciting watch on TV right now.
Right?
Nobody know what the answers are?
All the action that's happening.
We should have like a greatest hits montage that's been funny during the downtime.
But we're only restricted to music in the public domain.
Oh. I mean, greatest hits of the Selectmen.
Oh. That's in the public domain.
So who said you're too nice? Who said you're too nice? Tell me another joke.
Somebody must have said it sometime.
I said not locally, all right?
I think a couple of weeks ago, I think I noted your kindness.
Oh, okay.
Thank you very much.
Hello.
Really?
Nothing shaking hands because I'm not here in a while, so I'll just ask you to move along.
Hi, Kelly. Nice to see you.
We go through this exercise to make
you.
Chuck feel uncomfortable.
Watch out for the cool.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's the other test. Right.
Thank you.
All right. Good to see you again, Kelly.
Thank you for having me.
And let me just review for you a little bit our process. We do have set questions, which the board will be asking you in rotation. And after you've answered each question, board members can jump in with follow-up questions on related topics as they see fit as we go through it. And prior to going through those question answers and follow-ups, we're going to give you an opportunity to introduce yourself to us, but also, of course, since we're cable televised to the town too. So I guess that's where we'll start. Why don't you, Kelly Hebert, tell us about yourself.
Sure, thank you very much. First of all, thank you for having me. I really appreciate the opportunity to be here tonight, and also for the opportunity to get to know Littleton a little bit better than I ever knew before. Certainly, this has been a very worthwhile process. You've, working with Fred Ryan and Rick White has been great. Your selection committee process was very efficient, and it was great to meet all of you earlier on Saturday, so thank you. I have over 29 years' experience in municipal government. I started out actually when I grew up in Lowell. I live there now with my family. And growing up in Lowell, there was a lot of opportunity, starting when I was 10, when I got my first paper route, but a lot of opportunity to get to know the community and to better understand why people do what they do, what makes them feel at home, what makes a community feel like a place that you want to live and work and raise your family. When I was a sophomore in college, I actually had the great opportunity to go to Washington, D.C. to do an internship with, then was my, Chet Atkins was our U.S. representative. Had the chance really to go to the federal government and see that and confirm that that was not where I wanted to spend my career. I am fortunate for me now because I'd probably be waiting for my next paycheck. But when I came home after that semester abroad, I called up the city manager's office and asked them if they had any internships that I would really love to work in the community that I grew up in. And that I was really anxious and excited about having been in Washington and having been raised in the city to make a difference. And at the time, we had closed our landfill, and the old ashes and waste department had gone away, and we meaning the city, was trying to get more people involved, to get folks to start recycling programs and to work with the neighbors and the neighborhoods to really to take some ownership of this problem and this issue. So that's sort of where I got the first taste of local government, municipalities, and since then I went to Northeastern University and happily acquired my master's degree in public administration right after I graduated from Emmanuel with political science major. So while I was actually in school, both at Emmanuel and in Northeastern, I had the great opportunity to work with the City of Boston for the Public Health Commission and also for Boston EMS during the Central Artery Tunnel Project construction. During that time, I was able to help sort of fashion one of the biggest infrastructure projects that many of us remember, but Boston EMS was having a lot of difficulty and challenge getting to, emergencies in a responsive time frame. And so I spearheaded a grant opportunity. We were able to mitigate a $5 million grant so that we could build a temporary base so that we could cut our response times in half. So that was another opportunity for me to sort of see from a statewide level, but also to get to know public safety and to do ride-alongs with the paramedics. And so that's actually brings me back to my husband. He's a paramedic as well. So my family is very dedicated to public service, and which is why I'm here today. But I've worked the past 5.5 years for the town of Topsfield as its town administrator. I'm the second town administrator. And during that time, I've just been able to be so fortunate to do what I love and to be in a position where I can help make a difference in a community like Topsfield, which is why I'm here today. I see a lot of similarities. Littleton's a beautiful community, very exciting place to be. You've got a lot of great things happening with some excellent financial footing, and of course, the leadership of you as a board and the tenure of Keith Bergman has certainly left you in a very good position in terms of your master planning. So I really look forward to the opportunity to maybe talk to you a little bit tonight about how my skills and my background and experience could benefit the town of Littleton. So thank you.
Terrific, thank you. And if I remember our rotation correctly, I think the first question in this round is Chase.
It can be me, sure. But, okay, anyway, it doesn't matter.
She did the
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Tell us about one initiative that you helped create and implement, which you feel was most beneficial to the community, why you chose that project, and how it proved beneficial.
I'm going a little bit far back here to my first job after Boston. I worked in Lowell. I was the Neighborhood Services Director. And for 3 years in a row, we applied for the All-America City Award. And every year we did this, we were convinced that this was going to be our year to win this award. And it did take 3 years. However, we went from a small delegation of 13 one year. The following year, we were 26, and we thought we had it. And then finally, it took 126 of us on 2 buses to get to Philadelphia, where we won in 1999, the All-America City Award. I bring up that event because I think it demonstrates the passion that I had for the city, but also the 126 people that were participating in that initiative were people from all sections of the city, from each neighborhood. We even did fundraising so that 2 of the kids from the UTEC program could attend. And we had business leaders who donated money so that, everyone could attend. And it was one of the best community building activities that I think I've been a part of in my entire career. And I always think about that time because that's right after my daughter was born, and she was one of the delegates as well. So it was a great opportunity for me and my family to really have a taste about what community engagement felt like, what it looked like, and also allowed us all together as a community to celebrate what is great about the city of Lowell.
If I could ask just to follow up on that specific story, what did you do differently that won you the designation in 1999? And then, following the question, how did that end up benefiting City of Lowell?
Well, what I did differently the third year is I actually had a baby. And with that actually came the realization that no one person can lead any effort by themselves. That when I was out on maternity leave, we really had a committee that had to step up, couldn't depend on just the city staff to do all of the work. And we had a fabulous committee delegation. We had a steering committee. They all stepped up, and also my assistant at the time. He was very active, but very little bit on the shy side, didn't have a lot of didn't have a lot of experience, but I knew that he had the capability, and I knew that with the proper assurance and support that he would do a great job, and of course he did. The committee raised the money. We did some fabulous things to get those 126 people to Philly. But it was, like I said, a sense of empowerment for them as well, that I, came back from my maternity leave, and they had done this. They had worked together to have the success. And the benefit to the city was really, as one of 30 communities, or one of 10 winning communities, is that we got the bragging rights for that. There was no real prize, except that we felt as though that was a real empowerment opportunity for the town, for the city. And since then, of course, some of the programs that we highlighted, like the UTEC program, are still in existence, and they're doing just so. Every time I see UTEC, I think, or if I see an island in Lowell that we help to create and have neighbors help to clean it up, or to keep, raise the flag in the morning and take it down at night, it makes me think about sort of the pride that all of us had working together towards that goal. So it was more of pride, and it was more of a recognition that Lowell, there was a lot of great people there, and we were willing to work hard to get that recognition across the country.
Follow-ups on this general area?
Just, if we could kind of bring it around to just the town administrator, or just in your experience with either Belmont or with Topsfield, is there an initiative that you were involved with, or that you helped to implement, that you feel was beneficial to the community?
Absolutely. Over the past 5 years, 5.5 years, well, actually, 5.5 years ago, I walked into the town hall in Topsfield, and I literally felt as though I was like Laura Ingalls Wilder in this huge house that was really falling apart. And people knew that, and they didn't want to talk about it. But since then, I'm happy to report that we opened up a brand-new, fully renovated town hall, which also incorporates a full addition that added over 12,000 square feet. It actually more than doubled the size of the prior building. So from the time that I walked in, it was pretty obvious to everybody that the town hall needed work. It was a 140-year-old building, and like any other municipal structure that, it was the original footprint of the building was built. I think it cost, I think the plans cost about $2,000 in 1864 when it was first built. And since that time, and they only had 1,000 residents, and now we have over 6,500 residents. So clearly, it had served its useful life, and we needed to open up that conversation. And the town had had numerous public or town hall building committees before I went. I believe that my initiative was to see that, even though it seemed like an enormous task before us, that by talking about the issue and getting people together at the table and forming a town hall building committee, that we were taking the first steps to addressing the problem. Because one of the issues was that the building had gone to such levels of deterioration that whatever we tried to do to fix it, would make it ADA, we would need to make it ADA compliant. So it was sort of the chicken or the egg. 13 people, I call it the baker's dozen, made that project happen because it passed, the debt exclusion vote passed by 13 votes. So it was really just a thought that what can we do to make this project work? And we started by talking with people, we have an OPM by trade who lives in the town, spoke with him, asked him if he would join us in a facility advisory committee and brainstorm with us. Before we knew it, we found that we had 2 architects that were interested in joining the committee, a retired building commissioner, an attorney, and of course our OPM. So all of those people at the table who had been with the town for many years came together, and we just tried to make it possible for them to share their ideas. And from there, we now have a wonderful, it's a $10 million project that's just opened, fully ADA compliant, and it also integrates a senior center and COA programming space on the 3rd floor. We've also completely gutted the entire building, restored the windows, and the public hall is now accessible. and is available for public functions, and we'll be renting out the hall as soon as anybody starts to, make reservations. So we're very proud of that.
Any other follow-ups on the first question, topic area? No? Okay, then I guess the second question is mine. Structure, process, and people are three important areas of focus for the town administrator. In which areas will you focus the most time, effort, and energy during the first 30, 60, and 90 days of employment?
By far, I think the answer to that, for me anyway, is people, because, people help to deliver the services that we're here to deliver. We're a public entity. We deliver services. That's what municipal government does. That's what we do. That's what we should be doing. And that relies on people, not only the people to deliver those services, but the understanding that the people we're serving are citizens, that they deserve and should expect that the people who are delivering those services are going to be accountable and that they will be responsive. So to develop those skills, those relationships with key staff members, certainly to get to know this board and you better, but also the employees who deliver those services. You have a great team of folks that are working for you, very professional. I've had a chance to review some of your meetings, the Finance Committee meetings. You've got some great volunteers working with your officials and your staff. And I think that that's a real great reflection of the town of Littleton, in that people are willing to step up, are willing to get involved, willing to take on new jobs and responsibilities. I was looking at the strategic plan that you have as a board and how everyone is sort of delegated to a particular project. I think that shows ownership of the process. And as a town administrator, I think you need to know your staff, know where their strengths are, also know where some of the weaknesses are, so that you can help build them up to, to be better managers, to be better department heads, and to identify where your strengths are from your within your bench. So to understand who you are, who your people are, why they're here, what they do, why they do it, and to let them know that you care about that and that you understand their value to the organization. So people would be the first part. I think structure, a review of your bylaw process, a lot of that is dictated by statute, by law, by your meetings, how you do business. And in my opportunity to view your meetings, you very efficient and effective with the way that you're able to get through those meetings and deal with some difficult issues. But I think process is a lot easier to understand once you're in it, but also, that's a lot of it's dictated by statute, whereas people are different, and each one of them is different, and the strengths that they bring to the town should be recognized and developed, so that you have the ability to use those staff members to deal with the complex problems and issues that municipalities are faced with it every day.
Okay, just again, following up with one of the sub-questions within the question, the notion of contemplating things in 30, 60, 90-day increments from your date of employment. How would you envision approaching those topics in the three timeframes?
Sure. Certainly, the first 30 days is going to be about getting to know you as a board and your particular interests in the items, the issues that you're dealing with for each of your meetings. And of course, again, the staff people. But then also, the citizens, to get to know a community, to me, is, your first 30, 60, 90 days, to me, is probably one of the most exciting, because you get the opportunity and the advantage of saying you're the new, you're new. And so you're not going to be going into every meeting with the solutions to problems that you haven't had the opportunity to examine or to discuss with your team. So getting to know the community within the first 30 days, within the 60 days and 90, actually, I would consider that you would need to plan, that I would be planning to attend the meetings, the committee meetings, to go to some of the COA meetings or some of the space planning meetings, your finance committee meetings, getting to know those officials, who they are, your planning board, and really just getting to know who the folks are that are volunteering their time for the community and what their interests are, and how I could be best at connecting some of those dots as I get more involved as town administrator, and then start to see where the correlation is and where the potential is for folks to work together to deal with some of the complex issues and problems. So I guess the 30, 60, 90 days is, I think that you need to sort of be flexible in that you need to make sure that if you're going to work 3 nights a week, that you can only, you can't do everything overnight. So you need to sort of pace yourself. But I would say within 90 days, I would have met with all of your, at least gone to a meeting of each of your committees. And I also like doing interesting, fun things like, stopping by the DPW garage, and, after a storm, bringing donuts, or doing a ride-along in the ambulance with the paramedics, or, doing some of those things that really show that you're interested in the employees and you appreciate the work that they do.
Follow-ups on this, related to this question?
Just one quickly. Talking about structure, and you've examined that town, do you see anything right away that we should probably be looking for as far as government structure that might be changed?
I think that every town really has the opportunity for reviewing its own structure. I think that it's a difficult position for me in the role of town administrator, because you don't want to seem self-serving. Certainly in Topsfield, I had suggested that it had been 10 years since the town had voted for a town administrator, and that perhaps it might be time that you look at what the vote was and how it sort of worked out, being the second town administrator, and just sort of suggested that maybe they need to take a look and make sure that it's meeting the needs that it was originally intended when it went to town meeting. One of the things that we recently did was to change the appointment of the town clerk. One of the reasons we did that was because there was turnover within the department, and we were finding that the town clerk position had gotten, in particularly, very concentrated on special legal skills, and we were afraid to lose the experience of the assistant who had been working there for many years. So she had been there for 18 years. So fortunately, because she wasn't a resident, we were concerned of the succession planning issue. And so it worked out to our benefit and to her benefit that we were able to change that. But each community is so different, and you need to be able to appoint the government study committee to look at those issues, because if it's not broken, you don't have to fix it. But there's also an opportunity for improvements, but that really just depends on, you as the executive body for the town, and whether or not you think that it's time for a look at that. And getting the right people, again, to the table to just, to talk about the pros and the cons of the approaches. But I certainly wouldn't be leading that parade as town administrator, because certainly I am one of the folks within that structure. So I would be looking at my role as giving you resources to follow, maybe through the MMA and the Form of Governments Committee that they offer, and to tie in other resources. But that would be something that I would not take an active part in. I would more be looking to allow you the opportunity to go and research and have your committee look into the pros and cons and what particular items or issues you want to contemplate.
Okay, other follow-ups in this range? Okay, then, Joe, the next question.
During your career, what have you found to be key to developing a good team? Explain a situation where you use those attributes to form a team to achieve a specific result, or reconcile differences, and improve a situation.
Well, I think that forming a good team means that you need to be to be a good leader, in that you need to know people, you need to get to know them and understand their motives and why they're at the table, so that you can try to build their strengths. And but building a good team is about understanding your staff, your employees, giving them the resources that they need to do their jobs well. You need to be open, you need to be able to communicate on a regular basis. I know in Topsfield, we have monthly department head meetings. I also have one-on-one coffee meetings with a lot of our department heads. I also like to get out of the office and not expect that they're going to come to my office whenever there's a problem. Like to go out, meet with them, go to their departments, and again, bring cookies after a long, snowplow weekend, and just give them an opportunity to let me know if there's some way that I can be supportive of them. So in particular, one of the things that's similar in between Topsfield and Littleton is that Topsfield has a very decentralized and sort of flat organization in that Topsfield has a separately elected water commissioners, highway commissioners, parks and rec commissioners. What that means really for my leadership role is being able to be a leader as opposed to a manager, because I don't have the authority, the formal authority, to be directing some of our superintendents. However, having the informal authority or the informal presence and communication with them has enabled me to be able to rely on them as part of my team, as a part of the town's team, to get things done when they need to get done. So I see that as a very similar situation here in Littleton, and I feel that in Topsfield, I've been particularly blessed with a great group of department heads, and when we are, trying to deal with an issue or a problem, we can come together, we can be honest and open with each other and come up with solutions together. I had that same situation in Belmont. When I was in Belmont, I was hired there, and then I was an intern for 9 months in Belmont. And during that time, it was a great time of transition, and we needed to balance a $50 million budget. And I needed their help to do that, and we were able to come together and to do that. And not only did we balance that budget, but we also moved a house. Within like a few weeks into my tenure, they said a historic house was going to be moved, and we had to figure out how to do it. And by some sheer miracle, we were actually able to move it, but it took nothing less than a miracle and the cooperation and teamwork of a lot of dedicated people in Belmont to be able to do that.
How big is Belmont?
It's about 10,000 residents.
If I can just ask a follow-up along the lines of the question here on developing a good team. While you have been in Topsfield, have you had, or to what extent have you had an occasion to supervise the hiring processes for other department heads? And what have you, how did you approach that?
Yeah. I've had a number of opportunities in Topsfield to do that. In fact, it's been a very productive experience. For example, the Conservation Commissioner, the Conservation Administrator, even though the Conservation Commission is appointed by the Board of Selectmen, it is an appointment by name by the Conservation Commission. What I was able to do, not only with that position but others, is to work with the chair of that department and offer to have other members of that committee to participate in the hiring process, so that even though I am not by trade a commission agent and I'm not familiar with a lot of the technical details of that position, by bringing in the conservation chair and their members, was able to get their expertise, their buy-in, their ownership. And also, it was a great help just to have someone else to go through resumes and to decide, from different perspectives, who would be on the short list and who we would interview. So conservation agent would be one. Also, our police chief, our fire chief was another. The Board of Selectmen has I appoint, but the Board of Selectmen had to confirm. So that was another process. I invited a number of volunteers from the community, former members of the Personnel Board and Personnel Committee, I invited them into the process with me so that I could allow them the opportunity to review the initial resumes, and also to ask questions that they wanted to have asked of the candidates. So that was a very successful process as far as I was, as far as I
Did you have
thought.
a formal screening committee, or?
Yes, we also worked with an executive search firm who did an assessment center as well. So we did multiple layers to make sure that we were going to make the best fit for Topsfield.
Okay. Other follow-ups in this range? Chase?
It's easier to build a team's morale when you can give them what they want. Can you help me understand your strategy for building a team's morale when, for reasons outside of your control, maybe it's budgetary, maybe we've made some harebrained decision, How do you build team morale when you can't give them what they want, but you still need the best out of them?
Right, right. My best way of dealing with those issues is by explaining the reality. The reality that is, there's only so much in the financial pie to be shared with everyone, and that it's just not about the town or the schools, that we're all in this ship together. We all have a purpose and a mission to fulfill, and that everything can't happen overnight. So, when you can't be giving out, I like to say that, we're not Walmart. If someone's unhappy with us, we can't just give them a gift card to make them feel better. When someone's unhappy with the situation, we have to remind folks that besides the resource constraints, that aside from money, the motivation, I mean, if people wanted to be rich, I don't think that they would be going into municipal service anyway. So once in a while, you have to remind folks that maybe wanted to get a reclass and felt that their job should be paid more, a higher compensation level, because I am a personnel director in Topsfield as well. You need to be able to explain the process, what that involves, and all of the steps that are involved with that, and also the reality of the statutory requirements, and also to explain the fairness component, that, we're not in a situation where we can get everybody raises, but yet there's a process to be followed, and if they're willing to do the work, I am willing, as personnel director, to open up that opportunity to all the employees who may also feel that they deserve a higher salary or a reclassification. So explaining the reality and also talking about the process, using the process as a tool to help equalize a sense that, they can't take it personally, that there's a process involved. If it were up to all of us, every hard worker would be paid more than the classification and pay grid says that they should get paid. So really just being able to explain to them the process, but also showing them that, they're doing a good job and their work is appreciated, and that they need, when the time is right, that I would give them my support when I felt that the time was right. And that's actually just quite recently happened, where I had asked someone if they would consider not requesting that their staff get an upgrade, because the reason why was because of our other priorities within the department and the overarching strategy that we really needed to be focused on IT, on our IT and our facilities management side of the house. And they very graciously said they get it. They understood that. And just by recognizing their work and appreciating that they are a valued member of your team sometimes goes a lot further than just giving somebody a gift card.
Okay. Any other follow-ups in this general area? Okay, then I think, Chuck, you're up next, yeah.
I just finished these notes, sorry.
No problem, we're not under the gun, so we're doing good that way.
Okay, so you've made several transitions throughout your career. What strategies did you employ to establish effective communications and build relationships in a new position? And what did you learn from those previous examples that you will use when you transition to Littleton? Want to repeat it?
I definitely think, I mentioned this earlier, being able to have a regular, consistent opportunity to communicate with your staff and to allow them to communicate with you is very important. But again, it's good to have an open door, but I think it's even more valuable to be able to get up, walk around, go visit them, to visit them in their offices in the place that they are working shows mutual respect, but it also allows them the opportunity to be more relaxed and more comfortable with the environment, because there's just something about being called to the manager's office that sometimes doesn't work as well. I think that by having those regular communications, you're able to, and I know every month, and there's always somebody who's like, oh, I have so much other things I can be doing, but I find them particularly valuable to have that once a month that everybody's around the table so that we can understand each other's position and some of the issues that we're dealing with, but also be able to just spend a few minutes letting other people know that you know, we're all dealing with a lot of challenges, but that together with support, we can get through them, but also just identifying the little things that sometimes make a big difference that I might not know about until it comes out at the table. One example might be, at my last department head meeting, we were talking about, we're implementing biweekly payroll. And it's taken us years because one of our contracts didn't allow for it. So it basically held up everything. And so while in the back of my mind, I'm trying to really strategize about the best way to get this done, thinking about being at the table, negotiating the contract, and listening to our DPW folks talk to us about how they would never go for biweekly pay, and it's not fair. And so getting to think about that, how we were going to introduce that, I was so concerned about trying to make it easier on the employees that I didn't realize that all of the department heads at the table were saying, do you know how much easier this is going to make our lives? Once a week, we have to shuffle paper. We're going to have to only do that every other week. Don't worry about the employees. We've got them, they're expecting it, they're looking, they know that this is going to happen. Don't worry about that. Just put the pieces together, let us know what we need to do, and we'll take care of the rest. So for me, that was a big relief, because even though he had worked out a transition plan, so we came up with a way that we could give a salary advance for that first biweekly pay, that they wouldn't get a paycheck. We worked that all out. But then I thought, is it enough notice? And then when I talked with the department heads, they said, don't worry about that. We want this to happen so our jobs can be easier, and we could spend more time salting the roads instead of pushing paper around to sign off on, on pay sheets and payroll. So that was an interesting way to sort of get some feedback from them that they might not have offered any other particular way. But it also felt like a real good sense of teamwork, that they were sharing in that discussion. They said, we really appreciate that you're working so hard to try to make this as seamless as possible. And they appreciated that. And that made me feel like a good manager, because we're trying to keep all of these interests sort of in the front, on the front burner. And I know that once we make this transition, that it'll be, easier for everybody all around. And we'll say, why didn't we do this years ago? So that was one example of those communications. So getting to know folks, going out to them. One other communication strategy that I'm always warning folks about is just getting into that rut where you're sending out emails, management by email. This isn't the business that you can do. You can do it effectively for short bits of time, but you can't run an organization through email, particularly in this line of work. You miss the tone, you miss the connotation, you miss the full intended meaning, especially where I'm in a position as being personnel director. I have to make sure we're following the rules, and sometimes if you have to say no to somebody, it's a lot easier to say it in person, because you can also reaffirm that I'm saying no, but this is why, and this is how you should go about it differently. So getting out from behind your computer screen and moving and talking with people is something that I always advocate for my managers, especially in the financial realm. It can be easy to fall, to be looking at those spreadsheets all day and not want to get up. But it's very important that we keep those lines of communication open. So getting to know those department heads and also the citizens. I go to like COA activities, like they had game day the other day, and just to get to know some of the folks who are getting together at the COA upstairs. And on 3 o'clock on Thursday, they're always stomping over my head, and it's Dance Out Dementia, so I sort of I sometimes go up there and sort of joke with them and dance out dementia, but it's just, one of the little things I like to do is just poke my head in, say a quick hello, and let them know that, we're there, and that, we're glad that they're using the new town hall.
Follow-ups?
I think you kind of incorporated how you would use those examples in your transition to Littleton.
Okay.
I'm sure
I actually have a couple of follow-ups. One is, and you began to touch on it with the citizens, but in terms of communications, thinking specifically to rather than
Staff.
tactics, a more communication strategy for direct outreach to the public as a whole, and then also interactions with your board.
Oh, okay. For citizens, I know that I've noticed on the website you have there's the town administrator's blog where it sort of gives a rundown of what happens at some of the meetings. There's certainly ways you can expand upon that, or even just sort of have on the website, have a corner where you can talk about a specific issue or breaking down. One example I can think of is with the assessor's office, we've been working on trying to get out the word about the particular programs that are available to seniors, and also, so that if folks are having a financial difficulty, that there are programs that they might not know about. We're trying to get them to understand what they are, and so to target those at such a time, and maybe just do a monthly blog, or a did you know, or a fact. We also have done forums. We've done a moderator forum. We did a budget forum. Talking with folks, having an opportunity for people to come in and to express sort of their opinions on particular issues that, are difficult. Last night, actually, in Topsfield, we had a discussion with our treasurer and our town accountant and I. We had a board meeting, a special meeting. We invited members of the FinCom to come and to talk about how we were structuring our debt we're about to go and get another S&P call. We need to get our rating in February. But we really were, with our financial team, we were really debating about what's in the best interest of the town. Up until this point, before we started hearing about the rate hikes that are going to be coming, we were thinking, okay, the number one strategy is to mitigate tax impact, because for the next couple of years, we're going to be peaking at our debt service will be peaking, and that will be impacting our tax rate. Because we did wait quite some time before we did 4 projects all at the same time. We've done water treatment plant, 2 school improvement projects with MSBA, and of course the town hall. So we're trying to restructure the debt, and we didn't realize this at the time, but after we talked with our financial advisor, she had suggested that there might be another option for us to permanently bond more money in the month of March, rather than wait till May. And so we decided that maybe our option, I talked with the chair of our board and asked, is it more important that we mitigate the tax rate over the next couple of years, or is it more important that we go up a little bit higher, knowing that we're going to save $200,000 or $300,000 over the course of the project in terms of our debt service? And, he has his opinion, but he said, what do you think is in the best interests of the town? And it's such a loaded question, because both sides, either way, we're going to be, half the people will think we're wrong, half the people will think no, most of the people will think we're wrong no matter what. But that's why we get paid the big bucks. But what we decided to do was to bring this question to the board and to give them 2 options, and to say, look, we have an opportunity here, but we're a little bit reluctant to change our course, to change the strategy, because we know and we heard about this idea that we're trying to mitigate the tax impact. And so what they told us was, you know what, we're okay spending a little bit more if it's going to save $200,000 or $300,000 over the course of the project. See if there's other ways we can mitigate the next couple of years. And through that process, we were able to identify paying a lower principal payment for the next couple of years. So working together, getting their feedback, their input, their support was very helpful. And I think that goes to both of the questions, which was, how do we get the residents? We post our meetings and we try to get the folks who have been involved, but they're not on the FinCom, but they let us know that they're very interested in these topics. We say, you know what, that's a great idea. We're going to have a meeting. David, why don't you come to our next meeting? We're going to be discussing some of option A and option B. At the same time, it also gets to the topic of communication with the board. We luckily had 48 hours to post the meeting. We had this discussion on Thursday, right before another work session, and we said, we're struggling with this. What would you like to do? And the chairman was able to, guide us, and I said, I don't want to bring this to another meeting if you feel that it's not the right time, but he agreed that this was the time, and we called the meeting, and to me, I felt very good about the fact that we were getting clear direction from the board with something that, is difficult. It's difficult for us to be making that decision without really getting some feedback from the board, and the board's elected to represent the folks, so that's their job, and I think they were happy to do it.
Okay, any other follow-ups on this, Chase?
Very briefly, what would you ask of us as the new town administrator? What support specifically from the five of us would you want to see us provide to you?
First, it's just a quick follow-up. I like to also have, it's very difficult and challenging to be able to communicate effectively and efficiently, given the fact that you have all the statutory requirements of open meeting law and whatnot. So it's a very delicate issue, but I always say democracy is not efficient, but there are some good ways to better communicate. Sometimes it's through a one-way channel. Most of the time, what I've been finding very helpful is to work directly with the chairman. And also, the chairman also has a clerk, and I think you might be the, Cindy.
The clerk of the board.
Okay. So finding that structure and that communication style is key to figure out and to discuss at the beginning of the process. What I would be looking for the board to, it is for time for us to get to know, for me to understand what your key issues and concerns are on a one-on-one basis, but also to make sure that there's a mutual understanding that I don't like surprises, I know that you wouldn't like surprises, and that there'd be an opportunity for us to be able to pick up the phone and to talk one-on-one, as the case may be, to make sure that I'm following the right direction or getting some direction from the board, whether it's through the chairman or another individual. But really just the opportunity to talk with you and to get your sense of the direction of, that I would think that we need to go, but making sure that I'm on course. So getting feedback, regular feedback, as opposed to holding back until, I just see a free flow of information, and also just a list of priorities. And I think that you've very well structured what you have so far. I saw your list. Really, at the beginning of the process, I could see us maybe doing a strategic planning retreat where we could have a work session. We could talk about what your goals are, and how my activities, how my actions could help to facilitate a smooth process with those, to make sure that I'm on the same page with all of you. But certainly, being able to work as a member of your team and having an understanding that I'm an agent of the Board of Selectmen, but I also see myself as an implementation partner with you to be able to make good things happen. That's really the best way that I feel that I can be of service to this board and to the town.
Okay. Any other follow-ups in this general topic area? Okay, great. And I think the next question is, who is it?
Is mine.
Cindy, right, thank you.
Kelly, name a time when your patience was tested in the workplace. How did you respond to the situation? What was the outcome? And how did that change future interactions where your patience was tested?
That's a really good question. I would have to say that I guess the best response that I'd have for that is with regard to, there's been a lot of challenging situations that have come up specifically with regard to interpretation of the new public records law. And so there is a group, I call them my fan club, who like to sort of test the waters with respect to our interpretation and understanding of the public records law. And the reason my patience was sort of a little, the way I dealt with it was by stepping back from the computer. Step away from the computer. Don't write anything that you might regret. But literally, to remember that this profession, you can't be, you can't be liked by everyone all the time or any of the time in some cases. But my patience is tried when we're getting mandates from the state level that aren't having to be replicated by them. Like we're being asked to follow rules that our state legislature is not having to follow. And so maybe that's a little bit of jealousy, but it just seems very frustrating to me that we are held to a whole set of rules and obligations that can sometimes be used not for the town's best interest, but against it. And what I mean by that is that when you have people requesting draft documents that haven't been presented to the Board of Selectmen, and yet they're pressuring you to give you those draft documents before you've even had the opportunity to talk with the board about what they are and what they mean, that it can be frustrating because it is, in fact, if it is a public record, even though it's a draft form, you have to produce it. But then when you produce that one record, then comes 10 other records requests. So we are doing a lot of balancing between the new public records law, how it gets translated, and when you get numerous complaints. So it's been slightly frustrating, but at the end of the day, I just sort of step aside and I give the same advice to our town clerk, and I say, forget about the requester, forget about the reason why, because we don't even know what the reason is. Is it a public record? Assume that it is, unless there's an exemption, and let's just get it out. Let's just do this, get it off of our desk, and then we move on. And now what we're trying to do to help to minimize that disruption of our regular workday because of these hundreds of requests is we are posting more and more information online. So when we get a request, rather than just send it to the one petitioner, I will post it on the website, which meets the letter of the law. So we're finding ways to get our work done and to stay responsive, to certainly stay within the spirit of the law, but it can be frustrating when you're trying to get the fiscal forecast completed, and yet you have people sending you emails asking you why it wasn't done yesterday. So, but, you know, that happens, but, you know, we deal with it, you deal with it professionally, and, you know, the other folks who are dealing with the same pressure, we just talk it out and we say, when in doubt, just don't respond, don't reply, because that can only get you in more trouble. And then there's always the rule, if it showed up on the front page of the newspaper, that's another reason not to hit send. So getting people away from the keyboard when you're frustrated is probably one of the best tips that we can share with our employees and staff.
All right.
I've heard boards of selectmen can try a TA's patients from time to time. To the extent that the board is testing your patients, because we're coming at maybe one problem from different angles, talk to me about your strategy when you start to get frustrated because you're getting 5 different opinions from 5 different members of the Board of Selectmen. What's your strategy for building consensus in the board so that we can present to the public a coherent argument? Or perhaps we're not presenting a coherent argument, but we can at least present a logical flow so that the public can understand what we're respectively getting at.
I'm not sure that, I think that the key to the flow is really an understanding at the beginning of the process, what are we trying to accomplish, and what are those priorities within those priorities? So what's the order of priorities? And a lot of them might be simultaneous, but I'm a real believer in it's strategic planning, and that's a fancy way of saying, let's get everyone on the same page. Let's make sure that we have a way to identify everyone's key projects, and then to have everybody agree together on the priority of those projects and how we can best meet those needs with the limited resources we have. So I'm a big believer in taking us away from the regular boardroom and having a work session, and maybe having lunch and grabbing pizzas and salads and saying, okay, maybe there's a manager, and we did this once in Topsfield. You know, one of the managers from Franklin, he will facilitate a strategic planning session. And he will come in and he'll help direct the conversation so that we're all a part of it. And when you get that priority list, then you can work from there. When you're dealing with an individual meeting, sometimes you just have to say, we all need to respect each other's opinions. Let's get it on the table and let's have a dialogue and a discussion at a meeting. And let's, sometimes you just have to say, maybe we just need to have a vote to decide what the right direction is. I mean, and that's the process, and that's why you're here, and that's why there's 5 of you and not 6, right? So, at some point, the process has its place, and the rationale for that is really so that you can represent the best interests of the town, but that there's a process by which you come to make decisions, and that, as a board, is dictated and led by and facilitated by the chairman who's running the meeting. But also, for me, my role would be to provide you more information or to ask more questions. What are we trying to get at? What kind of information do we need so we can make a better decision? So facilitating that decision-making process, I see, is key to the town administrator's role. And you know what, quite honestly, it's not my role to get, sometimes I get frustrated with myself, not the board, with myself not being able to get everybody to a point of consensus, but there needs to be an understanding that, I'm here to facilitate, we're all a team, we need to work on this together. And sometimes you need a vote because people come from different areas and have different opinions and priorities. And that's okay. I think that's okay. And that's why you're here, and that's why folks elected you from the community to represent them and their interests. So.
Any follow-ups in this question? Any further follow-ups? Okay. Next question's yours, Chase.
Sure. So Kelly, could you name some specific strengths and weaknesses that have consistently been brought to your attention at one time or another during your career? And what did you do to build upon those strengths and address those weaknesses, and/or
Okay.
address those weaknesses?
It's a very good question, and I was prepared with my answer, and now it escapes me for the moment. A good example, and this is perhaps is a strength and a weakness. I consider myself to be a problem solver, and problem solvers and like to examine problems and to think up solutions and to talk about solutions. And so that's a good thing in that municipal government has lots and lots of problems that we're called upon to try and help to resolve. But it can also be a negative if, and I've learned this in the past 6 years of being a town administrator, is that you come, when there's an issue or you're presented with a particular problem, you can't be too quick to try to find the solution. That you have to I have to shut off the manager take off the manager hat and put on the leader hat. And that means that you need to allow your staff, your people, the folks that you work with, to think through the solutions or potential solutions through their eyes, through their perspective. Give them the opportunity to say why it's a problem, what is the problem, let's define it. Is it really a problem, or is it just a perception? Give them the opportunity to come up with potential solutions, because if you are always the one they go to with the problem, they become reliant on you always trying to answer that problem, and that's not good for any organization. And we certainly don't have that kind of time available to be having to dissect all of these problems. You need to give employees the opportunity to explain themselves, to give you their opinion through their perspective, and to come up with some solutions, and then work together, ask questions, work together, but don't cause it to become a reoccurring thing where you're trying to always be the one. As a mom, you try to fix it and make everything better, and as a manager, though, as a leader, as a town administrator, you have to know that there are so many other perspectives, and you need to allow your staff and your team to help work on certain issues together. So that has been something, being a first-time town administrator for the past 6 years, that I've learned. And I had the opportunity to practice what I preach and to work on that particular issue. So I think that might answer both, but I can.
Okay, other follow-ups? Chase?
I do, if no one else does. Certainly as part of the public record, what was given to the selectmen was Fred Ryan's assessment of of your work during the assessment center. And I'd like your opinion on how accurately that reflects what you see as your strengths and weaknesses, and what you may have learned from that process.
I think it was a very good process. I think that, I think Fred Ryan was very perceptive and observant in his critique and his analysis.
You can say he's wrong, by the way.
No. I was very impressed with his intuitiveness, but, and I think, having only met him for one morning, it's quite difficult to be able to cast too much judgment on that. I would say that the writing assessment during the morning was not very realistic, in my opinion. I understand where they were going with it, that they're trying to assess, your project management skills. However, I think given the circumstances, it was a very detailed assignment for a short amount of time that is being split up by various meetings, and you're also in a group with 5 other people. So to that point, when we met the other day, I brought in the town report because I thought that that was a much better reflection of my writing ability, which is one of my strengths, I believe. And I brought that in because, to me, our town report has been something that we normally, get awards on, and I find particularly proud to be able to show, that when I write the letter for the Board of Selectmen, it doesn't need much editing, that I can represent what the board has done over the course of the previous year and reflect that in a positive way, and also use that town report as sort of a message to the community that we are doing great things in Topsfield, and we, and that we have committed officials looking and working in the town's best interests. So I consider that to be a much better writing sample for me and my experience. Also, grant writing is another one of my areas of strengths. I really enjoy being able to, there's an opportunity from the state. We have the Community Compact Program. We have the Complete Streets Program. We've done IT grants. We got $100,000 from an ADA accessibility grant for our elevator, a historic preservation grant for the town hall. All of these things have been, and I write the warrant for Topsfield. And in Topsfield, I think I mentioned this, we don't just write the article in the warrant. We have to write the article, the proposed motion, and the summary of the motion. And sometimes it's the exact same wording. So my writing skills, I believe, are much better portrayed through my actual work as opposed to what happened during that session. But I think all in all, I think it was a wonderful experience, and they really did a great job of getting all of the candidates to this point, and I really commend them for that, because I've never had the opportunity to work with Fred Ryan before, so it was
No,
very
I was quite
positive.
glad that you gave me another writing sample to look at, essentially responding to, maybe that wasn't the best forum to articulate what I can do. Let me show it.
Right.
That was very helpful to my analysis.
Oh, thank
anyway.
you.
So
Thank you.
I appreciate you doing that.
Follow-up questions on this topic area? Okay. Leaves me with the final question. All right. I'll try to make this sound like it's off the cuff, but it's actually written right here in front of me. We're about out of time, but we'd like to give you a chance to make a final closing argument while answering the question, why are you the one for Littleton?
Thank you. Well, first, thank you again for having me. I'm really honored to be named a finalist, and this is a wonderful community. It is someplace that I could see myself wanting to live. I hadn't really considered it before I did my research, but I think it's a beautiful place to raise a family and to work, and the point, I mean, my Lord, what's not to like, right? I steal that from Lowell. What's not to like about Littleton? I think that Littleton would be a great opportunity for me to use my experiences and my skills for a town like Littleton that is very similar in many respects, but is much more advanced in terms of its form of government and your governance model. And I think that your master plan has really set a great tone. I reviewed that. I was very pleased and excited to see that there is a roadmap for the next town administrator. And I think that that is showing that your community is very proactive. I think it also shows that someone as well-respected as Keith Bergman was very dedicated to the town and committed, and that he has left a great, well, they're big footprints or big shoes to fill. However, I think that his tenure here is really a reflection, the fact that he stayed here as long as he did in 11 years and has really put Littleton on the map in terms of the governor's office, I think is a great, it's an asset to the town to be in this position. I also think that it's a great opportunity as well to begin looking within your department heads, looking for succession planning, and the opportunity to grow that the next level of management, so as people are retiring, that my background in HR, in personnel, human relations, I think would be a great fit here. And certainly my experience and skills in finance would be certainly a well fit, given that the town has its AAA bond rating. So I'm very impressed with Littleton. It's a beautiful town, great schools, and it would be an honor to work here and to contribute and to be a partner with all of you as you look to get to that 2030 vision that was laid out for you in the town, in the master plan. So kudos to all of you for that success. I think it's a great mark of progress and stability to see that, as someone who is very selective in determining which communities I would, consider applying for. So I thank you.
Great, thank you, Kelly. Good to see you again.
Thank you.
Our plan, just to go through, is we have one more interview tonight,
Yep.
and we may well make a decision tonight, in which case you'll hear from us either way. And we've also reserved ourselves meeting time and space tomorrow if we, get into deliberation, decide we want to continue that, so that could well happen tomorrow as well. Anyway, terrific.
Thank you.
My church.
Any R5?
Thank you, Kelly.
Thank you.
You mentioned Gino when he's in the back row, if you want to say hello to him.
I know you.
She's been watching our meetings.
Thank you, thank you.
Nice to meet you, Gino. Face to face.
Good luck, Kelly.
Yeah,
We got a couple minutes. When I communicated with Nina earlier in the day, she said she planned on being here a few minutes before 8 o'clock, so
Oh, okay,
she
good.
may or may not
I
be
was
here.
worried we'd be way ahead of schedule on the first one. I kind of figured we'd pick up some time on the next one. That happened.
Somebody.
Oh, by the way, I said, since we communicated on Friday about approaching Anthony about not coming tonight, obviously a bunch of other stuff came up that was bigger, and that's what I ended up talking about on my mind. I never even mentioned about not coming. So I don't know whether that got communicated, or he just took that on his own. I mean, I don't mind, but when I look over here and I didn't see it, I said, oh, shit, I never even had that conversation.
Oh, I just assumed you had
No, I mean, obviously that was the plan, but bigger things kind of took precedence.
water under the bridge.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah. I mean, I sent you a little bit of I sent everybody a recap of the meeting on Monday, but he was still pretty hot.
She reached out to me today.
Oh, he did?
I know,
I think it's gonna snow Thursday.
I don't care.
No, I'm just saying.
That one got used.
Thank you, Rob.
Okay.
My leave.
Oh,
3 hours is enough for me. You guys are saying.
After listening to you hack and whatnot, I'm not sure I want you to be the one pouring the water either. Just me?
I don't have pneumonia, I'll say that.
Not yet, you don't.
False? I wasn't asking.
Oh, you weren't asking?
No, you're welcome to them, Rob. I offer them up to everybody. You too?
Do we have any idea whether she's up there or not? Or is she checking in right
Thought you were
now?
on, thought you were on the mend.
Board need any reason to delay further if Nina is available? She's,
I'm just trying to stretch, that's all.
yeah, yeah. The only reason I'm not eating these cookies is I don't want one of the candidates to be looking across and seeing a big chunk of chocolate between my two
No.
two front teeth. Are those from you, Joe?
That's Kathy's idea, because it wasn't my idea.
I'll take them home with me, but I'm not gonna eat them at the meeting.
Yeah, it's tough with the chocolate.
Yeah. Oh. Are you holding up there, Chuck?
And there. You know what?
It's the broken man, huh? Between the back and the
That's-
pneumonia
it's-
and the.
I'm telling you, the last couple of days, the coughing has been so intense. That,
Did you hit 50? Have you hit 50 yet?
52.
Oh, okay, yeah, this is all predictable.
Yeah, I laugh. It's Chase is sitting over there laughing.
Oh, you'll all get your turn.
But just the coughing, it just, like I said, so intense, and I'm like, so I just try to lay flat in bed, and that's not necessarily good either, because if you're laying flat, it's just,
Thought you were gonna say it was making your back better.
no, I
coughing,
just,
like it-
I felt like I was
Threw it
getting
back into
Rearranged
place.
the discs in his
Right,
back,
yeah,
yeah.
exactly. Gave it a little jolt.
so frustrating.
All right.
How's that live streaming going, Joy?
Seems good, we've got one person watching. But it's reached like 500.
Oh,
So you're sort of live tweeting it-ish too, right?
Kind of, yeah, yeah. We'll see. It's all new.
Yeah, I think this Facebook thing's just a fad.
Yeah. Let's hope it wraps up soon.
I'm beyond hope.
oh, yeah.
Hey, I'm right here.
Oh, you don't want a Zuckerberg for president 2020? No, I'm all set. I'll just.
You haven't heard that trial balloon in a while.
Trying to be a gentleman.
Nina is not here yet.
Ah, okay.
Well, apparently at 6 o'clock. Kirby asked if I could move my microphone closer. How's that?
I'm gonna eat a cookie then. We have time to go wash the teeth out.
An hour and a half.
Cindy,
later.
chance for a second thought?
Sure, yeah,
Yeah.
bring it down. Right on.
You want to take one out and just slide it over here? That way I'm not touching the bowl.
You want?
Yeah. I took my meds without getting to eat, so I'm. That's what they were talking about. I thought they were talking, 'cause I would've took my
Remarkable
Valium.
strength there, Jay. Joe?
I feel myself going down. Like, all right, is there a reason I brought
It's
that?
easier when you think of him just in terms of miles.
What, is she on her way down now?
No, she's not. She's not here yet.
Fantastic. Cookie time it is.
These are good.
I'm allergic to these. That would be the full Monty.
Girl Scout cookies? Girl Scout cookies?
This is some pretty compelling streaming Facebook, I'll tell you.
Yeah, right? Really doing a lot for Joy's numbers over there. Watch the selectmen eat cookies.
Maybe somebody will message that I have some cookie in my beard.
There you go.
I actually have to go.
Oh,
Too bad.
You want us to stream it to you?
No,
You sure?
thankfully there's Kirby, and I'll watch it. Just gotta
Is
get
that
to
where you can plug the feed into you so you can at least continue the,
Yeah, I'll finish
oh my
it.
God, there we are eating cookies.
I'll finish it
Mhm.
when I get home.
Yeah,
Because he live streams it, right?
look at me.
He live-
it is live. I think.
Yeah, it's running live.
People are
I
commenting.
think by the time I get home to Salem, it'll be over.
Kinda suspected that.
Oh,
I
she's
don't
telling
think
me.
anything terrible
80%.
came out.
That's all done. I'm glad it froze with me with the cookie in my mouth.
Perfect.
Where's Rob? I need water.
I'll get it, Glenn.
No, gee, no.
I'm coming.
I gotta get up and stretch my legs anyways, my friend. Kelly there at the last meeting, she said she's been watching our meetings, she said, I can't wait to meet this guy Gino.
What you asked for, Kelly?
She said it, I didn't see that.
She probably said more than that, but
That's what she liked about you.
Paul's just so nice.
Do you guys think you'll make your final decision tonight? You feel like it's in the cards?
I have no idea.
It's tough to say with only seeing two of them, you know?
When I walked in the door, I said to myself, yeah, we'll make the decision today, but I don't know.
Well, they're definitely two different candidates, for sure.
So far,
I mean, I will tell you that that was the express objective of the TA selection committee, is to put three, I mean, not necessarily three, but very different candidates in front of the Board of Selectmen. We didn't feel like we would be doing the Board of Selectmen or the town residents a service by putting three almost identical candidates forward.
Yeah, I've sat, reported on those, and it just feels like it's the point. Especially if there's like someone that you know from in-house that hasn't.
He's actually gonna be right on.
Thank goodness for my wife.
And when you look at the candidates, I mean, even looking at their technical expertise, right? You know, Kelly Hebert's expertise is in human resources and personnel. Steve's is in planning, and, you know, Nina's is in infrastructure and in DPW stuff, right? So even just at that level, they come at it from different angles, but they also come at it stylistically from different angles. And so we thought that we were,
How do we do that?
frankly, making this hard on the Board of Selectmen. And as the TA selection committee, that was very much our express objective. Let's not make this an easy decision.
Yeah. How many months for start to finish?
August, September, October, November, December, four and a half. You know, it could have been a touch shorter if we hadn't had the holidays intervening, but that's the way it goes. Yeah, no problem.
Or I'll look for your email, I'll give you a call tomorrow.
Very good.
Because Robbie's going to talk about
I confirmed with Tom Herrick that the poorhouse was the place you went to last year, right?
That sounds right, yeah. Right on Boylston, was it on
right
Boylston?
across the street.
On Boylston, right? Yeah. Yes, yeah.
Right, just before the finish line.
Yeah.
We went downstairs. That worked out, I thought that worked out quite well.
Yeah.
They work out well.
And then we'll just try to do some networking later in the night.
Got it.
I know, I gotta
As
look.
long as Robert's
I'll
there
be in
to
bed.
escort.
I'll be in bed when you guys go upstairs.
He'll be there Friday afternoon.
It's good. You get bolder with a guy like Robert standing next
Right?
to you.
I love this wingman. That was he in college.
Pretty sure they're not gonna throw me out.
Yeah.
It's too funny.
That's still my, I think, is that my LinkedIn picture, or it's, maybe, I don't know, one of my profile pictures is Nancy, I
Yeah.
sat on somebody's lap, and Nancy Dan Saldi took a picture of me with my, the eyebrow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Too funny. Good times.
3 funny. It's more than 2 funny.
There's some great.
Top-notch dad joke there.
Yeah, sorry. Just had something, linked or something on you. I'm just trying to spread the bug.
Yeah, do not.
So you're
If I
gonna,
get sick.
you're gonna get banged up.
Ann said that Nina's here and just needs a moment to
Sure, she'll
settle herself.
compose herself, yep.
No, I didn't. You know what? So we usually have that party and then we stay afterwards. And then really, and last year I was like, I gotta go home because I knew Friday. Yeah, because Joe.
Yeah,
Joe and
we
Kathy-
should note for the public that she's not late, we're
Right,
early.
yeah.
I go.
Oh.
Are you going this weekend?
I'll make a note of that.
Oh,
What's that?
Joe's not going.
Oh, you're not coming to the conference? Oh,
You heard I was going.
thought you were at one point, were you?
I had full head plans.
Yeah.
coming in?
Yep.
Yep, Meg's coming in Saturday afternoon.
Same as last year?
I think, actually, Rob, we were hoping to go midday Friday.
You're rolling in?
Yep.
Yeah, I probably won't be down until lunchtime on Friday. In time to catch the technical sessions, but not like the opening remarks and stuff.
It's secured my relationship with Secretary Ash at the breakfast Friday morning, so I'm going to find Keneally. I already told Jay.
Find who?
Keneally.
Oh, it's the new guy, right?
I'll tell Mike. I'm going at him.
Here's what to expect.
Yeah, exactly.
Watch out for that guy.
Oh, man.
Yes, if I can go with you in GW, that'll be good.
Yeah, going early.
No, you gotta go early. I'm fine with that.
First, I was thinking the train.
That's too hard, especially if it's gonna be icky weather.
Hey, Nina.
Hey,
Oh,
Okay.
you didn't get escorted in? Oh, did she? I'm not gonna shake your hand, I'm just still not feeling all that, I appreciate it.
Hi, Nina.
Hi, sorry for the cold pants.
nice to see you.
Nice to see you again as well.
Sorry we didn't give you the couple minutes I promised you to settle in and all.
You can take them right now if you'd like.
I'll just take my coat off and that'll be enough for me.
Get comfy. Got cold in here.
Yeah, it did. Mostly it did. I hope I didn't bring the cold air in.
No, I think this might be on a automatic setting or something.
Yeah, well, we're usually.
Okay.
So when you're ready, you let us know, and when we're ready.
I'm ready.
Okay, all right. Then, all right, first off, it is 8 o'clock, and our third interviewee, Nina Nazarian, is here. She's not late, we're early, so just we want to make sure everyone knows in town that we were taking a guess as to when we might be ready for her, and we're a little ahead of schedule. Let me just explain to you, Nina, what our approach is tonight. We do have some set questions, which the board members will ask in rotation, and after you've given your initial answer there, any of the board members who have a follow-up on the related topic can ask questions, follow-up questions. And prior to doing that, though, we'll give you a chance to introduce yourself to us and through the magic of television to the people in Littleton. So that's the format. And unless you have any other questions, we'll start right there. So Nina Nazarian, tell us who you are.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening, and first I'd like to thank you for this opportunity to continue the discussion on my interest as being the town administrator for the town of Littleton, and present to you my qualifications and answer any questions, obviously, that you're going to have for me this evening. As you all know, my name is Nina Nazarian, and for the past 3.5 years, I have been the town administrator for the town of Princeton. Prior to that, I was the assistant town administrator in Tingsboro, and I also held engineering positions in the towns of Tewksbury and Melrose in my time in local government. I obtained my master's in public administration from Suffolk University in 2011, and I obtained my bachelor's in civil engineering from the University of Massachusetts Lowell. I have a sincere passion for local government service, and to that end, I strive for continuous improvement in progress in local government. Some highlights in my career have included holding significant roles in major projects or getting significant traction, such as, and by the way, there's more to share, but I'm giving you a quick snapshot because I don't want you to be here all evening. Resolution to a long-time need for high-speed internet in Princeton.
That's most notable and most recent. Recommending strategy sessions and participating in a $9 million, in getting a $9 million new public safety building on the recent bond bill by the legislature. We're actively requesting the state that release those funds for this important project in Princeton. Initiating applications for several grants, such as Community Compact IT competitive grants, Green Communities competitive grants, one-time funds from the state, as well as special reimbursements to the town. And finally, recommending strategy sessions for complex building projects. Although different from the specifics here in Littleton, they were very similar discussions and studies in Tingsboro and currently underway in Princeton. I strongly believe that my background and my experience in other communities would be a benefit to the town of Littleton if I'm selected as your town administrator.
Okay, terrific. We'll start our first question with Selectman Knox. Joe?
Sure. Tell us one initiative you helped create and implement which you feel was most beneficial to the community, why you chose this project, and how it proved beneficial.
Thank you. I'm streaming through a number of different thoughts in my head, and will quickly tell you the initiative that we had in terms of one of these grant funds that we have worked on. A little greater in detail relative to that bond bill that I mentioned earlier in my opening comments. I received an email from one of our senator in Princeton, and at the time it was a very small window of time to potentially identify a project for the bond bill. It was right around Christmas, and this was about a year ago, actually. And you may recall it. You may have gotten a similar notification from your senator or representative at the time.
Yeah, we didn't have to think too long.
No, of course not. No. And, I immediately brought it to the attention of the Board of Selectmen in Princeton, and we began discussions on the subject. At that time, we had identified that our number one priority was a new public safety complex.
So is this the public safety bond?
Yes.
Okay, because
Yes.
we were on a different bond.
different bond.
We didn't get that notice.
It wasn't specific to public safety. It was specific to infrastructure.
Infrastructure, gotcha.
And, going through this process, we contacted our legislators. I spoke directly with our representative. I would contact our representative, ask questions, go back to the board and provide some guidance and information. And I would regularly make suggestions that we sit and meet, even before we knew exactly how to approach the subject to getting it onto the bond bill, because we were aware that getting it onto the bond bill was challenging, and we're also intimately aware that getting the funding is even more challenging. But we can't get to the second stage if we haven't gotten to the first stage. So we put all of our eggs in the basket of trying to get through the first hurdle. And I recommended several strategy meetings and sessions with the select board that we scheduled, and we sat down and we discussed. We invited our representative in, and we had numerous conversations. We developed letters that were strict to one page to be sent to the conference committee for that bond bill, and lobbied with our representative and our senator to ensure that it got onto the bond bill. The first draft had it on it was, by the time we had received the information, the House had already looked at the version, so that had passed. We were now in the Senate version, and we were trying to get it through the Senate version. So once we got it through the Senate version, you now have two bills coming together as conference committee, as you all know. And at that stage, the conference committee is going to make the final decision, and most likely whatever they decide is going to be what's the final bill. And so if we couldn't convince the conference committee that we needed this item in the final bond bill, then everything was moot, and we weren't going to get to step two. Again, we wrote those letters, we were fortunate to convince the conference committee, and it did come out in the final version of the bill that was ultimately passed. So that was something I'm proud of.
$9 million.
$9 billion, yes.
Follow-up questions, Joe?
Not right now.
Okay. You had other initiatives that you had rattled off there. I wouldn't mind hearing anything on a different scale, say something that was more local in its implementation rather than involving the state.
Sure. one of the most important things that I find in our worlds is obviously planning. Planning as much as conceivably possible. Things change, and you have to adapt to sometimes those changes, but providing those plans and putting them in place so that you have a guidebook and a reference for the next stage. Princeton is a very small community. It doesn't have maybe probably a third of the resources, even more, considering your budget size here in Littleton. And so I ask you to remember that when I describe the following example to you, because it needs to be put into perspective, I think, to some degree. But in Princeton, we are constantly resource constrained, and one of the things that we have struggled with is planning. As a small community, as the town administrator in the small community, I have the fortune to have a lot of involvement in a lot of different departments, which gives me a very big, in-depth understanding of how those departments work. One of the things that we have been challenged with for quite a while is a capital improvements program. So this is a smaller example of something that I find extremely important for a community. We did have a capital improvements program. I brought one into Princeton, but I was finding it wasn't comprehensive enough. I was finding that I wasn't able to invest the time into going back to the department heads and saying that we needed more information, you know, an actual asset inventory, some of those details that you would get into in a full-blown, so to speak, capital improvements plan. And so we've brought on the Collins Center to assist with that because my time is spread so thin between all sorts of things that it makes for a unique and challenging experience at all times. But frankly, it took a while to get things going with the idea of a comprehensive capital improvements plan, but we're currently underway with that, and it's very important, as I'm sure you all know.
Okay. Follow-ups from other members of the board in this general topic area? Chase?
Talk to me about a specific project that you thought was important, but you ended up delegating to someone else to execute. I want to understand here how you work with someone that you've delegated what you consider to be an important priority to, and describe that relationship, what you delegated, why you delegated it to them, and frankly, how it turned out and what you learned from that delegation process.
Sure. So, naturally, on a daily basis, my goal is to delegate, as much as makes sense, and as much as people will succeed in that project or task that I'm assigning them. Without going into the details of what's best to delegate, because I'm sure you all know the strategies behind delegating and finding the right fit and something that's repetitive. I've delegated a number of different things, like human resources functions that we don't have a human resources director. We don't have a finance director. But the one that I'd like to talk with you about today is the finance one in particular. For the last few years, I've been pulling the financial team together in Princeton as a talented group of people and a dedicated group of people, which I'm fortunate to be working with. They have had, there's been a lot of turnover, frankly, and there was years of audit reports that indicated that we had a number of details that we needed to go through, whether it was reconciliation of just standard funds, like agency funds, where it's being transferred from one agency to another agency or so on, because we have a light department similar to Littleton. Or if it was things relating to an entry that wasn't consistent with best practices, and a lot of details around this end, whether it also included things like tax foreclosures and tax liens and getting things, the books cleaned up, frankly. It was not the fault so much of the current financial team, but something that had been going on for years. Frankly, one of the things that the auditor had said to me when I first walked through the door was, I've been writing these reports and I don't know if they're being addressed. I don't see progress. So obviously, I took it as a big, important item, and the audit report is one of our major guiding documents and one of our, principal books that we use in our day-to-day work. I began holding financial team meetings. And, frankly, there's no organizational structure that says that the treasurer collector or the accountant or the principal assessor, that one of them reports the other, which is very different from your structure. Here, you obviously have a budget and finance director who does a lot of that coordination. But we don't have that, and we're not in a position to structure that way at this time for a number of different reasons. So I began these meetings. We were having good progress, developing the agendas, and once I got to the point where the team was developed, I said, you guys don't need me in these meetings. You're working together just fine. You guys are finding solutions together. You guys are resolving things. How about you create the agendas? Then you create the notes. Send me the notes. If I have questions, I'll come to you. It's always helpful to be at that level of granularity, because then you know what's going on at every stage. But the reality is I have 3 very capable people. I don't need to be at that level of granularity. And as a result, they're going to begin rotating who prepares the agenda and who takes the notes and who sends them out. And it's a very simple thing, but it's really an important piece, because the goal is for them to be able to function, whether I've got a personal family matter that has come up and I'm not able to be at those meetings. They should be able to function on their own and work independently and only come to me when there are needs that are above and beyond something that they can resolve.
Thank you.
Other follow-ups in this general question area?
No, it's good.
Okay, all right. The next question, I think, is back to Chuck.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay, so structure, process, and people are 3 very important areas of focus for a town administrator. In which areas will you focus the most time, effort, and energy in your first 30, 60, 90 days if you become the town administrator?
Just a quick clarifying question. Are you asking of those 3, which one in particular I would spend more time on?
Yeah, so of structure, process, and people, absolutely, which would you focus the most time on? And then related to the 30, 60, 90-day onboarding, if you will.
Okay, thank you. In this example, entering the town of Littleton as your next town administrator, it's going to be very important for me to listen for quite some time and understand what's going on, understand how the organization works, what department does exactly what, because you all know, there's no cookie cutter example of how, where a specific subject of work sits in a community. I can't look at Littleton and then look at a next door community and say, okay, well, the town clerk in Littleton does X, therefore the town clerk in Littleton does Y. Of course, the town clerk does the town clerk's functions, but the town clerk may also work on the website or the annual town report, but it may be very different in the neighboring community. I realize here, though, that the Board of Selectmen's office and town administrator's office coordinates the annual town report. So it's just an example. So, frankly, it's a little difficult to pick structure, process, and people, because I think the reality is that I'm going to be listening, and I'm going to be understanding, and I'm going to be learning how the organization is structured, and what the people do, and what processes they use. I feel as though I'd have to be open to all of them and listening to all of them to really be prepared to make effective changes as we go through the next, 30, 60, 90 days is not a long time, obviously. So there's a lot of listening at that stage. And, I wish I could pick one, and it's always important to answer the question and answer the assignment, but I really, the navigation is going to take me where it takes me. If in the first 30 days I see that there are process issues, I may focus more in on that. If within the first 60 days I see that there are structure issues, I may be focusing in on that and listening more closely, but I'm going to keep my eyes and ears open to the structure and the process as well at that point, and the people and the... So I wish I could answer the question, but I feel strongly that it's going to be dependent on the situation.
Okay.
follow-ups in this general topic area? I will at least try to get you to, having heard and appreciated your last answer, still see if you can help us conceptualize what might look different after 30, 60, 90 days in your tenure, what those benchmarks might mean, if anything. If not, then say that too, I guess.
Certainly, I mean, the concept here, I think, that's important is how do you begin your walk-through plan, your walk-through-the-door plan? What's your first 6 months plan, whether it's 30, 60, 90 days, 6 months, any time frame maybe, and I don't mean to short sell the 30, 60, 90 days that you've identified in your question here tonight. But it's really important to get a lay of the land, and those things are going to be the most instrumental and critical in those first days. I mean, 30 days, that's still getting familiar with, in some cases, the people you don't meet regularly, and the community members or the resident who may have an outstanding question that hasn't been able to be resolved yet. Those are the things you're going to learn in the first 30 days. About 60 days, you can start getting your feet planted on the ground, and after about 90 days, you can have quite a bit more confidence, but always, frankly, still learning and understanding, because I can't expect to know Littleton overnight. I've done a lot of research online, and I've, had the opportunity to speak with you all, which has been really beneficial, and the opportunity to speak with others as well. But a lot of taking in, the past, the present, and the planned future, which are going to be, kind of critical steps in those first sets of days in general. I hope that answers your question.
Any other follow-up?
Just-
Joe?
You're coming from a small community where you're involved in everything, in every single department. How do you go about coming to Littleton and finding out how each department runs and what part you're going to play in every single department?
Absolutely. There are several departments in Princeton that I'm not involved in that level of depth. As you can imagine, police department, fire departments. And I have worked in a number of different communities that have been larger in size. So those styles are not unique to me. As a project manager in Tewksbury, as an example, no one came knocking on my door to find out what I was doing every day. I was doing a good job, and I was allowed to work independently. I believe in independent work with some level of interaction and reporting that everyone can, if you have the skills and you have the ability to work independently, that's wonderful. And I will, if I'm selected as your town administrator, I will let those individuals continue to flourish in the ways that they've done in the past. I do not need to be involved at that level of depth. Obviously, we need to have a level of communication. There are things that I will need to know so that I can report them back to the select board or possibly the community at large. And those are the things that we would communicate on and set understandings for in the beginning and as we go through, and revise as needed if there are areas where a piece is missing or we're over-communicating. Those revisions would take place as well.
Thank you.
Any further on this question?
Let me, I'm struggling with the lack of answer. So
Sure.
I'm going to ask, specific to, I'm going to pick a focus for you.
Okay.
If we were to say that we felt the most important area of focus was people, what would your strategy be to focus on people in your first 30, 60, 90 days?
Great. I'm really glad you brought this up because, frankly, as important as the other two are, people are the thing that keeps this organization moving, and they are critical in how smoothly this organization moves and how efficiently and how positively. Customer service is really important to me, making sure that residents who come in for a service, whether they're at the right place or need to be redirected to a different place, are getting proper customer service. And I can't expect that those things are happening unless our people are treated with respect and with care from not only myself, but also the Board of Selectmen, from the management perspective. It's a top-down issue. So people are critical, and I can't thank you enough for bringing this up, because people do get a lot of my attention. You know, Monday through Friday, if I have a project that I need to work on, let's say there's a report that I need to deliver to the Board of Selectmen on Monday or Tuesday, whatever the case may be, and it's a lengthy report that needs to be completed, and it's going to take a considerable amount of my time, well, certainly I'm going to try to budget those hours into my day-to-day, Monday through Friday. But if people, the staff, come in and there's an issue, I'm going to put my report aside, I'm going to address the issues that are in front of me, or if I think something's going to become an issue, I'm going to address that first. I will literally drop the report, come back to it on my own time, whether that be the weekend, if necessary. Of course, I try to avoid that at all, wherever possible. But, you know, that means that I'm going to be spending a considerable amount of time focused on the people who work here, the residents who come in for questions. And so the people in general are extremely important, you know, but if, you know, and kind of going back to the other question and the other two items, people can succeed if you give them the right tools and the right resources. So that's where structure and process comes into play. And so it's kind of a triangle of situation in my mind, and I maybe missed the point here, but I'm glad you brought that up.
And with respect to people, what are you going to do in the first 30 days to connect with your staff, to connect with the Board of Selectmen, and to connect with the residents? What's the immediate short-term strategy to address those three, I think, critical groups of people to the town administrator?
So there's foundational steps that I'm going to take. Open door policy. It's a simple concept, but that's how I operate. I, you know, certainly am going to need to shut my door for confidential phone calls or this, you know, the standard things, but overall, having an open door policy. I'm the type of person who will move around from office to office and have a conversation with somebody and really try to get to know them one-on-one. And same with the board. You know, I'm going to likely be contacting you over the phone, having conversations with you, maybe scheduling meetings with you intentionally to understand further into some of the things we discussed this past Saturday one-on-one, so that I can really get a sense for what you individually are thinking as it relates to this town, so that I can help prepare and strategize with you for following select board meetings. What are the action items that we can take from the meetings and discussions I had with the board? What are the action items and issues that have been raised by the staff that I need to bring to the board? What are action items or conversations or communications that I've seen that need to be transmitted to the public? Those are going to be important things for me to be able to connect with not only the staff, the board here, other boards and committees, volunteers that don't fall into a board or committee scenario. And, you know, frankly, I'd like to visit every building. I'd like to visit, you know, and speak with, certainly as quickly as possible, all department heads, and soon thereafter, their staff, at least a meeting, just a hello, if nothing else. You know, I don't need to meet one-on-one with their staff, but I do want to put a face to a name and know who works for this organization, because those people are going to be our success. You know, I'm not going to make it all happen by myself. There's no way. The six of us couldn't do it. We need their support, and we need their good work. And from what I'm told, you have a very good staff here, so I hope to foster that.
Anything further on this topic? Cindy, you have the next one, do
I
you?
do. Nina, during your career, what have you found to be the key to developing a good team? Explain a situation where you use those attributes to form a team to achieve a specific result or to reconcile differences and improve a situation.
Great. So I think the most critical thing that building a team the first thing that comes to my mind is communication. People have to believe and know that you're going to communicate with them the good, the bad, whether there be any bad, and share with them information and important updates. As an example, in Princeton, I hold regular monthly departmental meetings. In those monthly departmental meetings, and I've asked for feedback from the staff many times because I like to ask for circular feedback. I'm going to give feedback. Please feel free to give me feedback as well. Those departmental meetings, for the first portion of that meeting, I share the work that I'm working on and the Select Board has been working on so that the staff who may have someone come to their counter who has a question about a subject is going to be broadly informed about what's going on. So they're not in the dark. And that communication is critical both ways. So then the staff in that same meeting, we go around in a circle and the staff share what they're working on. And, it's proven to be very positive. I have someone take notes, and then I share that document with the Board of Selectmen, so then the Board of Selectmen knows what's going on. There's multi-way communication going on at all times. If when a board member reads a note summary sheet and they have a question, they'll contact me and we'll work to answer their question or get them linked up with the right individual to answer the question. Going back very quickly to the point about building that team, that's the first stone that needs to be laid. Communication, and communication leads to trust building. And that trust building is, probably the aspect that gets you the most reward. If you can trust the staff and the staff can trust you, the organization has limitless possibilities, frankly. And so building into that team, that last part to your question, the team building aspect, it depends on what team it is. If you've got a team that is 2 people and you need those 2 people to work together, let's say their dynamic isn't that great to begin with, having an understanding of why they have differences, sitting down with them and asking them to speak with one another, coaching and mentoring or doing those types of things. I have had those types of difficult situations where I've had 2 employees have a hard time communicating with one another. And sometimes, many times, these employees are well-intentioned. They're just not seeing eye to eye on this particular subject, or their communication style is different. And, I've sat down at a table where one employee will be on this side and one employee will be on this side, and I'll ask them to speak with each other, and not to look at me, but to look at each other and speak with one another. This is a more extreme example, but this is team building. And these departmental meetings that I described have team building, obviously, aspects to them, because one employee shares a subject and then says, the Parks and Rec Department may say, well, we're having a hard time. In the town of Princeton, we don't have a newsletter for Parks and Rec. We do have a Facebook page and some social media, but the Parks and Rec Department might be having a hard time getting volunteers. Well, the Council on Aging offers in that meeting, just naturally, because the team is so open to one another and willing to work with one another, that the Council on Aging director says immediately, oh, just give me the information you'd like to put in the newsletter. We'd be glad to put it out in our Council on Aging newsletter. It will serve the community, and, it's additional information that's helpful to even seniors, as well. So trust, communication, critical foundational aspects to building good teams, and then knowing that they have my support, and knowing that, frankly, I'll always support the staff and the board and the community at large.
Great, thanks.
Sure.
Okay, just rereading the question, the second half of it had asked, and you don't have it in writing, so you won't be held too much on that. Ask you to get the actual language here, to speak to a specific result or reconcile, a specific incident where you reconciled differences and improved a situation. You kind of did that in a general sense, but I wonder if you can identify a specific incident that kind of conveys some of those attributes that you identified as important actually in practice.
Sure. I would use that example, but that's a confidential example, so I can't go into detail on that one. Let me give that some thought for a moment. You know, frankly, I think this is going to be more general at first, but I will try to drill down into an example. You know, board members, as an example, can be coming from very different backgrounds. And, you know, I find it relatively easy to hear that what someone is saying or what they're intending to say. So often I will, if I see a situation where one member, and this comes up on boards from time to time, whether it's the Board of Selectmen or another board that I'm sitting in on, Finance Committee, you know, you name it, any other board, and there's a conversation that's going on, and it's two individuals trying to express their opinions on something, but neither of them are talking about the same thing. This happens from time to time. We've all seen it happen, and it's not because, you know, they're not trying to understand one another, but it's because, frankly, something's not linking up. And so we have situations where, you know, two people are trying to resolve an issue about a specific subject. They may actually be saying the same thing, but they don't hear each other at that moment saying the same thing. Let's assume it's a highly emotional subject, and it's one that people care deeply about. So it can be very difficult, but, you know, often I will, in a respectful way, ask that, you know, I'll just kind of interject and provide an explanation of what I hear, you know, person X saying and what I hear person Y saying. You know, and frankly, I think the best example that I can come up with that's more specific is right now with this rollout of high-speed internet in Princeton, the town is in a very unique position. We've just negotiated our first franchise license agreement, which you all are happily familiar with, I'm sure, the process. And I hear you guys are doing some lobbying on the FCC level, which is very nice, considering the difficulties that are being discussed. That's an aside. But this unique situation in Princeton where the town of Princeton has recently, I'll spare you the long story behind how we got to a cable company actually building in Princeton, but they're building in Princeton. Now, people don't have high-speed internet. So you can't expect that you're going to send out an email that's going to get to everyone to tell them that they can hook up for high-speed internet. But believe it or not, for the most part, we did that. And, you know, the company we're working with understood that we had a well-primed system of communicating with residents, and it's an email subscription list, basically. I offered to send out information over this forum, and frankly, through the construction process, I committed to doing monthly updates. Even though it wasn't in the license agreement, I finagled that with them, and we built a good relationship. Getting to the heart of the issue, there's this difficult dynamic by which we all know cable companies can be difficult to work with. You know, their prices are high, sometimes their customer service isn't, you know, what we can deliver as customer service, as an example, in smaller communities or even larger communities, but in local government we can deliver a certain level of customer service that large companies often cannot. So I'm in this dynamic where I'm trying to communicate to the residents of Princeton, who at times are angry with the cable company, and I'm also trying to communicate with the cable company, who at times is frustrated by the demands of the residents. And so while this is not one individual, this dynamic is not one-on-one, it's a much larger issue. I've had many conversations with people who have said, you know, we really appreciate the updates you've sent out over the internet. They're really helpful. And I've heard from the cable company, who I'm intentionally trying not to name, who has been we've built a very positive relationship. So it tells me that we're doing something right in matching up the community needs and the needs of the cable company to get a mutual resolution, and we've been at the heart of it, for everyone's best interest. You know, we don't do advertising for the cable company, and we don't take every complaint from residents because they need to work them out with the cable company first. And if they have no resolution at that point, then we will take them on. But we have to be very careful not to get too deep into it. So we're balancing things by advertising in some ways for them that, okay, this list of streets is ready for a connection, but the wording and the documentation has to be very careful. And I don't want the residents to think that we're advertising, and I don't want the cable company to believe that we are supporting them in any way either. And we're doing these types of things, this monthly update and sending out these resources so that the residents, for the benefit of the residents in total. So that's a much broader example, but I think, frankly, it's a higher level of complexity than even maybe one-on-one at times.
Okay. Other follow-ups in this general topic area? Hate to belabor too much time on that, but I think it's an important component that the question was relevant to developing a good team, and since, you've acknowledged, that, Princeton's considerably smaller than Littleton, I think it'd probably be of value to us to know in what role you've had in team building in terms of hiring and firing. We talked a little bit about this on Saturday. Just hope you'd elaborate about what your relevant experience in team building has been since you've been the town administrator in Princeton.
Certainly, thank you. So I've probably, and I mentioned this to the chairman, I've probably been involved to some level, hiring about 12 staff members a year for the last 3 years. I know that because of the way I categorize and the way I store my information, so that I can find it later. A large number of those have been based on retirements. I would say probably 60-70% of those have been retirements, just the natural process of retiring. Then, there have been times where we have had, the scenario I mentioned with this person on this side of the table and this person on this side of the table. Well, neither of those individuals work for the town any longer. And one individual doesn't work for the town because that individual felt that the direction that the town was going in, frankly, didn't like this one-on-one conversation, wasn't suited for that individual. Again, trying to be gender neutral here. The other individual, unfortunately, the town had a situation where there was the department's size had grown extraordinarily, and the commission that was responsible for this, that worked with this department, felt that the size of the budget for that department was too large and wanted to consider alternatives such as regionalization or privatization, to be honest. And at first, we all thought that's not the route we should go, but long story short, that's the route we ended up going, so that other individual's position was privatized in the end when we did the mathematics, and it just seemed to make the most sense for the community. Fortunately, it was an amicable separation. But getting back to the hiring process, we've had an extraordinary amount of retirements, as we all have, because, just baby boom generation coming to fruition and retiring, and also just natural movements between staff into other organizations. And then finally, very few but unfortunate circumstances where we had to terminate an employee. And, over, I would say, 80% of those transitions, those hires, I have been involved in the direct hiring. In no circumstance is my style typically to meet and hire alone. I like to pull in people into those conversations. So if we were hiring, let's say, a town accountant, first I'd like to know if the board would like to be a part of that conversation. If the board would like to be a part of that conversation, then the board would discuss who it would delegate to that role. And so that individual would serve on the screening of the future town accountant. And then looking around into the finance departments. In the case of Littleton, obviously, we'd want your budget and finance director to be involved in that conversation. And we would build a team. That team would agree upon questions. That team would, just as you would with your screening committee or your board meeting this evening, as you've agreed on questions. And we would go through a process to interview candidates and ultimately make a recommendation to the Board of Selectmen for appointment. In my time in Princeton, I've been very fortunate that all of my appointments have been taken at face value, and all of my appointments have been made. I will tell you that either by luck or by talent or a combination of both, I'm extremely proud of the appointments that we've made in Princeton. Those individuals are extremely hardworking individuals, as are our existing staff, of course, and they're really propelling the organization forward. As far as terminations, obviously I can't go into details, but I can tell you that there was a discrepancy on a subject, and it was brought to my attention. I investigated it and realized that there was an issue, brought it to the Board of Selectmen. We went through the legal process to have a meeting on the subject, a hearing on the subject, and, it was an executive session, fortunately, and the Select Board voted to terminate the employee, and those types of things happen, but hopefully not frequently. But it was difficult for all, but in the end, I think it worked out best for everyone. And, frankly, hiring is something that's a great privilege. Anytime there's been an example where, and I know you have a number of MOUs, I had spoken with someone about that, but anytime there's been a board or committee who has appointing authority outside of the Board of Selectmen, usually, it's been helpful. In Princeton, I've had the opportunity to get involved in those. And while I might not have as much influence in the process, I'd like to serve that group to help them in their process as best as we possibly can. And the dynamics might be a little bit different in Littleton as to who does what and what roles the town administrator plays here. And I'll be cognizant of that, given the larger size of community.
Great, okay. If there aren't any other follow-ups on this, I think, Chase, the next question is yours.
Sure. So, Nina, you've made several transitions throughout your career. What strategies did you employ to establish effective communication and build relationships when you went to a new position? What did you learn from those previous examples that you'll use when you transition to Littleton?
Would you mind reading the question again?
Sure, I'd be happy to. You've made several transitions throughout your career. What strategies did you employ to establish effective communication and build relationships in the new position? What did you learn from those previous examples that you'll use when you transition to Littleton?
Thank you. I don't want to repeat myself in some of my comments, but I think it's important to first say the lay of the land. The lay of the land is really, important. If I don't know who's on second, how can I build a relationship if I don't know what their functions are? So I need to learn and understand what someone's function is and how they fit within the organization. And frankly, they may be underutilized in the organization, as an example. And they may be someone that I see building into a higher role in the future, which I have experienced in my time. And so as far as what communication strategies and what, aspects have I implemented, I'm thinking of the question that Cindy had asked regarding some of the important team-building aspects. This question reminds me of that a little bit. I apologize, I should have said select woman Napoli.
Oh, no worries.
I don't know how formal you folks are here, but,
Not terribly.
Yeah, no, not terribly, exactly.
but, frankly, it's really initiating some conversations. My character is not to wait until the conversations are initiated with me. I will initiate them on my own. Let's say you all were the staff, as an example. I would come up and I would meet each of you, and I would talk with you. And that's one method that I have used to get to know people and get to know how to communicate with them, and so everyone has different communication styles. You know, one employee may be better at communicating in person, and you know, I love communicating in person, so that's great. But another one may be better communicating over text message, believe it or not. And if that's the style that works and is most effective in communicating with that individual, it's adapting to the little bit of their styles. And if at times they need to adapt to my style or your style, you know, we can work on that too, if that is even an issue. But it's most likely not. It's just preferences for the most part. But understanding people's preferences for communication style is one of those soft things that goes into play. You know, understanding people's expectations for response. You know, building an understanding with the board that, you know, if, you know, as an example, in Princeton, we developed a high, low, medium designation for emails. You know, as the town administrator, you may be as the board members, you may be getting a lot of emails from the town administrator on miscellaneous updates. You may not have a lot of time to read each and every one of those emails. So you may want to know which ones are medium or high priority for me to read. So we established a process by which the subject line says low, medium, or high. And sometimes I put low, question mark, because I don't know, you may find it a medium subject, but at the moment I consider it a low one. So when you see low question mark, and I'm not saying we'd have to have the same style here, but we would form a style that works, that everyone understands as a system, that would provide you with an ability to prioritize, because that's our worlds these days, prioritization. It's challenging when you don't have the ability to prioritize. So the same with staff, you know, a prioritization. If it's an emergent item, please come talk with me at my, you know, office, or pick up the phone and call me. If it's something that can wait, let's talk about it at our next regularly scheduled meeting, as a for example. So all these different aspects, I hope I've touched on the root of your question.
No, I think that very much goes at your strategies for effective communication and what you would do here in Littleton.
Great.
Other follow-ups in this general topic area, board members?
I do have a question, if you don't mind. Talk to me a little bit about what you understand of your communication preferences. What works well for you?
One-on-one meetings.
Okay.
I really enjoy face-to-face opportunities. The reality is we don't always have time for that.
Sure.
And so that's when I have to pull back and think of, you know, what is the next best strategy to make this next communication the most effective. If I need to deliver some news that someone isn't going to enjoy receiving, then let's say the news, I don't want to come up with an example that's not a good one, and I always hate being specific in these types of examples, but, you know, if we have to deliver news that we can't hold a meeting that was scheduled in a room somewhere that's really important to a department, then that may be something you can pick up the phone on. I mean, it's not necessarily going to be efficient for me to go to a different building and deliver that information. That's not practical. But if it's something much larger than that, it probably is going to be important for me to contact the department head, ask for an opportunity to meet with them, and sit down and have the conversation with them. I mean, as an example, this is two ends of the spectrum here, but contract negotiations, I mean, you wouldn't do contract negotiations over the phone. So if the board has met in an executive session and the board has decided on a contract negotiation response to a specific contract employee, I'm going to meet with that employee. I'm going to deliver that information face-to-face, and we're going to do it in a timely way and in one that person's time is not constrained and my time is not constrained. So we can make sure that we answer and accomplish every question, so that I'm not rushing out the door and leaving that department head hanging with more questions or unresolved issues. It's really important to set and allocate enough time for those types of conversations.
Thank you.
Sure.
Okay. Any further follow-up? All right, then the next question is mine. Name a time when your patience was tested in the workplace. How did you respond to the situation? What was the outcome? And how did that change future interactions where your patience was tested?
So, I'm trying to think of specific examples here, but as I try to figure those out, you inherently, and I mentioned this earlier, by nature of my position, and frankly, nature of your positions too, we get interrupted a lot. And interruptions can be difficult. If the interruption is relevant and timely, there's no issue. I'm going to, resolve the matter. If the interruption is something, let's say an individual regularly interrupts for a matter that can wait, that can be frustrating. And in those cases, I'll just speak with the individual at a later time and ask that they, consider creating a list for the things that they're working on, and generate an opportunity to speak with them at a different time. But I wouldn't say I lose my patience in those examples, but, our resources are limited in such a way, not only in Princeton, but I'm sure in Littleton, that, resource allocation and the time we spend on things have to be effectively managed and put into pockets. I think to some extent, being quite candid, I move through my work in such a way that these examples don't translate to me later on. I don't hold examples that have occurred in the past in the back of my mind, because it's all rolling with the position. And, our patience is tested regularly. Someone asks the same question. I have an example with one of the topics that I've already touched on with the cable company. We have a situation where residents are wanting more customer service from the cable company, and they're not getting it. They're not receiving it. They are demanding it, and in some cases, there are workarounds that they've identified. Those workarounds, as you may recall, my monthly updates that I was sending out, they actually kind of circumvent the information we're sending out. And frankly, when people are trying to sign up for internet and they've found somebody who can get them signed up, and they share that information over their own social media sites, and people are successful in getting their service connections, I don't worry about it, right? I'm glad the residents' needs are being met. But when information comes out prematurely, which happened in a specific example, and the information wasn't prepared for that moment, then at that stage, that can be frustrating. And at that stage, I may have to turn to the cable company and say, look, while I appreciate the work that this particular employee has been doing behind the scenes to try to serve the residents of Princeton, you may want to look into this, because they're releasing information before at that time, they had given me the information, but they had asked that I not release it yet, because in this particular case, they were still testing on the particular service that they were releasing. So that can be frustrating, but, frankly, these kinds of things come up, and they're all part of the job, and you work through them, and it's just addressing the issue when it comes up, if it needs to be addressed, that I think resolves any heartache that I might have for that first few minutes of seeing something on a social media site that is premature.
Okay. Board members follow up on this topic area, Chase?
So going back to your example of someone who is testing your patients, is your inclination to tell the person that they're doing something that is counterproductive, or to simply put a process in place that mitigates whatever they're doing that's counterproductive without necessarily explicitly telling them? Where within that continuum do you see your management style?
I think it's probably more of the former, because I'd like to give that, depending upon the situation. So
Sure, and I understand this is very.
Let's can that example for a moment and come to a different example, a specific example on a board. I have been at board meetings in communities to be unnamed, where, there is a situation where a board member is addressing someone in a way that really is not customer service friendly. And frankly, it's with all the positive intent in the world, and it's circumstantial. Someone's really pushed a red button on that individual, and that individual is now, set in a direction that does not reflect well on the organization, as an example. My style would be to speak one-on-one with that individual after the meeting and explain some of the things that I saw occurring and try to give that individual the opportunity to make the situation correct if possible. That may mean that that individual is calling the individual that they were, they could have been a little bit more friendly with. But also, I've been in situations where I'm in a meeting with multiple people. Let's say it's a department head and a member of the community. The department head maybe has gone through this with this resident an answer a number of different times, and the department head is now frustrated that now they're sitting down with the town administrator and that resident in the community, and they're explaining the same thing. I've seen the department head at times be exacerbated by the issue and find themselves in a situation where they're not communicating effectively, and they could be approaching it a little bit differently. Pulling that department head aside, even possibly in that meeting, if all need be, and having that conversation outside for 5 minutes to describe that it's not working out, giving the person the opportunity to get back to your specific question is the first important step. If the issue repeats and you've spoken with, in this example, if you've spoken with the person and it just keeps repeating, well, then I may look at different strategies at that point. But I think people inherently want to do a good job, and I think people inherently sometimes, as the prior question positioned, sometimes, we're all human, and our frustrations sometimes get the best of us, but people should always be given the opportunity to correct an error or an issue that's come up before, working around, not so much. That's only in circumstances where, it's not working out, or frankly, you've got someone here that could do X better and someone here that could do Y better. Maybe their spots need to be flipped. But, everyone's got different strengths and weaknesses, and I certainly have mine, so.
Okay, other follow-ups in this topic area? Any?
Segue. Interesting. Yeah, right. Since you're speaking of strengths and weaknesses, Joe?
That's, yeah, it is Joe's question.
Thought you were talking about me.
No. In all the years I've known you, I've never seen a weakness.
Wow.
I got you, Joe.
What do they get you on over there anyway?
Not enough.
This is a strength and witness question. Name specific strengths or weaknesses that you have been brought to your attention at one time or another during your career. What do you do to build upon these strengths, or how do you address the weaknesses?
Sure. So, I would say some of my strengths are a very friendly individual. I find myself happy to engage in conversations, very good customer service. A good listener, I touched on this earlier. I lead by example in my efforts. I'm very adaptable to different circumstances and settings, and I'm also results-driven. Just to name a few. But as far as areas that I could improve and/or weaknesses, at a fault, I probably invest a lot more hours into an organization than maybe sometimes we should. But I find in this career in particular, it's important. Some of the details are very important. And when I say details in this comment, I don't mean crossing your T's and dotting your I's in this particular, but I'll get into details in a moment as a potential area for improvement as well. So I spend a lot of hours, and that, I guess in some ways that's great for the organization, but, I've never burnt out, and people often worry about that, but I don't see that being an issue. It's just, I'm a hard worker, but it's enough on that one. Details, getting to the word different from the example I gave a moment ago. Detail, I'm very detail-oriented, and sometimes that can be to a fault. I want to make sure that I've teased out different avenues on something that I'm working on, and at times I have to pull back and say, you know, I really don't need to get to that level of depth. And I've learned to do that over the years. I will say that in the beginning of my career, I wasn't as good at being able to have that measurement, but I'm working actively on that subject. And I guess, I mean, I can't, I'm not drawing other examples to my mind right now, but I won't say that there aren't other areas for improvement, because there always are areas for improvement. And I will say that I'm always open to hear areas of improvement. I ask my department heads for feedback, one-on-one, or even in department head meetings. You know, if people, I always welcome feedback, and if selected as the town administrator here, I'd ask for your feedback as well on a regular basis. And if you identify something that is an area that I could improve on, I'm going to ask you questions about it so that I can really understand the point of the issue that you're raising, so that I can focus or think about that subject and contemplate, you know, what changes, if any, need to be made. And there very well could be changes, and sometimes we may agree to disagree, frankly, and ordinarily that's not the case, because ordinarily when somebody is raising this level of thoughtful comment, there's usually some merit to it. So those are the areas that I can think of immediately, and be glad to take your feedback at any time.
Okay, follow-ups? Any follow-up on that general topic area? Scott?
Yeah, so just to kind of expand upon the question, relative to strengths and weaknesses, part of the question was how do you build upon your strengths? So give me an opportunity to answer that, and then what have you done to try to address what you perceive as areas of opportunities for improvement?
Sure. One of the things that I find the most effective in terms of building on your own strengths is using those strengths to build them into other people wherever their strengths are opposite from mine. I like to build teams, and one thing I should have mentioned in previous conversations is building a team that has different strengths and weaknesses. I don't always want somebody to be on a team working on Project X who's always going to have the same opinion about that I'm going to have. And so if there are strengths that I have that someone on my staff could benefit from, I'm going to want to begin that conversation with them in the most appropriate way possible. And every situation is going to dictate a very different approach. So fortifying my strength, frankly, is passing it to someone else and strengthening them. And I enjoy doing that. As far as improving on weaknesses, a lot of it has to do with time and experience is what I've come to find, and forcing yourself to be outside your comfort zone, seeing if something is sufficient, and testing if that level of detail, as an example, would be sufficient. So, you know, there have been times where I've begun an email to, let's say, the Board of Selectmen in another community, and I've thought about including more detail because of the nature that I would typically have to have that level of detail. And I've intentionally said, hold on, deleted a sentence, and I've said, you know what, in this example, let's see if this is enough detail. Let's test whether or not this is enough detail so that I will know better the measurement. And if I get a lot of questions, I'll realize that it wasn't enough detail. If I get no questions, then most likely that was the appropriate amount of detail.
Okay. Thank you.
Chase?
So, following up on Chuck's question about sort of growing from weaknesses, one of the things that I read was that when you were the acting TA in Tingsboro, you didn't want to be considered for the full-time position because you didn't think you were ready for it yet. So, whether that's a manifestation of weaknesses or not, is not relevant. Help me understand how you went from that position where you didn't think you were ready yet to now in front of us saying, I'm ready for Littleton. How did we get from there in 5 or 6 years?
Sure. Well, I think one of the first things I'll say is that I've been fortunate to take pretty aggressive steps in my career to get to the ultimate goal that I had when I was about 2 or 3 years into local government service, which was to be a town administrator. And there were times in my career path where I look back and I realize I should have taken a slightly different step. As one example, before I became the assistant town administrator and this leads to your exact question, before I became the assistant town administrator in Tingsboro, I'd applied for a financial analyst position in a community which I won't name, and I had been offered the job. And at that time, I was really trying to understand this field, and I've never applied for a position and not taken it if offered, except this one time. And because of a couple of different factors that were going on in terms of fit, where I felt that I might fit in that particular organization, and because of the fact that I was looking to be an assistant town administrator, there was 2 major reasons, I decided to pass on the job offer. And in hindsight, after having gone through the exhaustive experience of learning financial aspects, because my background's in engineering, and the exhaustive process of learning human resources laws and the exhaustive process of other things as well, of course, I realized after that period of time, after I had refused that position and I became the assistant town administrator, after a period of time I realized I should have taken that step. That would have been a more incremental step for me at that stage, and it would have served to establish a smoother foundation. Now, I built that foundation on my own, in my own hours, because I'm not going to show up to work and say, I'm sorry, I can't do it. That's not my style. That wouldn't get me where I feel I've been able to accomplish today. And so when I was in that stage and I was looking at the assistant town administrator position and potentially the idea of applying for the town administrator position, I said, at this stage in my career, it's probably beneficial for me to take a slightly smoother transition. But then, the town hired a town administrator, and I thought to myself, I might have missed that opportunity. So it's probably time for me to move on. But these are all very reflective moments where, I've taken very large steps in my career to go from, an assistant civil engineer to a project manager. I've been very successful in these steps, but behind the scenes, there's been a lot of work that I've had to put into it. And as I get more thoughtful about these steps, I think about the past steps, and I think about how it's important for me to make sure that my step is measured and calibrated to the correct size. And I think Littleton is the correct size and the correct measurement of where I am in my career at this stage. And I hope to be, if selected, I hope to be in Littleton for quite some time, because I think this is a little bit of the plateau step, and, really making the changes in an organization and improving the organization, keeping the traction that's existed in the past, which is something that Littleton is very attractive, with a track record of.
Any other follow-ups in this question area?
All right, I'm up.
You're up. Good, you solved the problem for me, guy. I forgot where we were.
All right, so we're kind of at the end of the night here, so we'd like to give you a chance, an opportunity to make a final closing argument. And in that closing argument, if you could just answer the question for us, why are you the one for Littleton?
Thank you. So, thank you again for this opportunity, since this is my last chance to thank you. I really was humbled to be considered as a finalist for Littleton. If I'm selected as the next town administrator for Littleton, I promise to provide the Board of Selectmen, staff, volunteers, and community members my dedication to not only keep the good work that's existed in the past on track, but also further and build on it into the future. I've reviewed the work that Littleton has done in the recent past and is currently working on. I also listened to each of you in the one-on-one opportunities that we had on Saturday. Share your priorities with me for the immediate and short term. I asked each of you your thoughts on the most important issues in Littleton. And between my conversations, you all highlighted some subjects important to you, such as affordability of housing, funding and next steps for municipal building projects, economic development, the Littleton Sewer Project and the Common Project, as well as, of course, the master plan. I believe I'd be the best candidate for the town of Littleton because of my experience, having been not only a town administrator and having gone into the level of detail that I've gone into the past, to understand your departments and understand them well without needing to get into that level of depth with them and allowing them to work independently. Although we didn't touch on it tonight, we touched on it slightly, but we didn't touch on it too much. I really believe in letting people do their work and working freely and providing updates as they go along. Instead, I don't want to get into the details of someone else's work because then I'll never be able to work on my own work. So my experience as far as the details provide me with an understanding where, frankly, I don't have to get into that level of detail. I know what that office does. I know what that function is. Saying a couple words will immediately put me in a position where I know what that person is describing or discussing. And certainly there are going to be examples that I haven't experienced or I haven't come across, and I'm going to learn from those with the staff and with the board and other board members and committee members. But my understanding of departments, my deep understanding of departments, my ability to strategize and plan long-term, which is evident that's something that Littleton finds to be a very important aspect, and I too agree that that's instrumental in setting a path forward for positive change. And my general open nature to be able to work with anyone at any time for any matter, as little as it may be or as significant as it may be. I have the ability to allocate the right amount of time for various subjects. So if it's a small project, I'll allocate small time. But if it's a large project and we need to strategize as a group, we're going to dedicate a lot of time. I saw that you dedicated a lot of time 2 weekends ago on Saturday with your budget summit. And it's really impressive that this community puts that level of energy and effort into your budget, because it's one of the most important things we do all year. So I have a very deep understanding of these details and what is a priority, what isn't a priority, what maybe can be bumped off to a later time. Not to say I'm going to bump off anyone's subjects, it's just we will collectively discuss goals and we will collectively agree on goals, I hope. And, maybe agree to disagree at times too, but when we set as a group, the 6 of us, the vision moving forward, then I will be able to incrementally and strategically work with each of you to make sure that those visions come to fruition to the best of our ability and resources. And I know that because of the confidence that I have in the past projects, jobs, and examples that I've shared here tonight, but also ones that I haven't shared here tonight. I'm extremely confident in my ability to get to results. And I believe that that's what you're looking for in your next town administrator. So thank you.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Nina. I'll take a moment to tell you what our intentions were in terms of process from here. We're going to deliberate after we formally conclude with you, and we may well reach a decision tonight, and if that's the case, you'll hear from me, I guess, one way or the other. We've also reserved time in the room for tomorrow in case we decide we want to put the decision off once we get into deliberation, so that may well be the case. But in either event, it's been a delight talking with you tonight, and thank you very much.
Same here, thank you.
Shake, but
Thank you for the reminder.
Thank you, Nina.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
either way, I'll shake your hand this weekend.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Nina. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Are you getting sick now?
Good luck on the difficult decision.
LCTV had 3 viewers all through Super Saturday. I think we know who they were now.
Really?
I was watching the
But it-
basketball game.
But I do know that each of our candidates spent it more time
Oh,
than I would have liked to have, watching our Super Saturdays.
all right.
May
Well,
may I just excuse myself?
sure, you want to take a moment to be brief?
Let me get some water. Really, only Tuesday?
Sure you sniff when you catching this cold that's going on.
I don't think so.
Are you getting sick now?
You sound it.
You guys get me sick before this weekend, I'm gonna be really, really not.
My nose is plugged up every night, though.
You're probably allergic to the cat.
It probably is.
Believe me, I am, and I just, I get no sympathy.
Cats. Oh, we're on TV. I'm a cat lover, really.
I've got photos to prove it.
I just wondered.
Have you guys always had a cat, Joe?
This is so
Oh,
subject.
sorry.
No, we always had a dog. And
Trot died.
Trot, we had to put Trot down, and
Robin, of course, finds homes for cats she rescues.
all of a sudden, Robin and Kathy have been talking, and I didn't know about it, and all of a sudden, the cat appeared in the house.
Now he has 2 cats, though.
Right. Funny how that happens.
2 so far.
Well, she joked about last night, wouldn't a white cat look good between the 2 black ones? I goes,
We had a great white cat about a month ago.
There's no more.
So hungry. Sorry. Excuse me.
Okay. All right, if everyone's ready to proceed, I think I'm going to suggest that we just I'm going to go around the board in rotation and see what people's impressions are and what they, you don't have to, or you can offer up, whether you've got your, your idea or how you rank folks, but I'm more interested in how you think we ought to proceed and how it went. And so with that, Joe, I'll start with you.
Well, I thought we had 3 good candidates. I thought there were certain times with certain candidates, we had to draw out some answers, which I didn't think was going to happen. Each candidate has its own, his or her qualities that could fit the town well. Right now, to be honest with you, I'd love to hear what everyone else says, because I don't have a 1, 2, or 3 right now. Matter of fact, I'd like to go back and review my notes, but I don't know what the rest of the board has planned, and I'm open to listen, and I'll pass on right now.
Okay. I'll likewise stay off of the names for the moment, but I will say this first off, after having interviewed all 3 of them, I'd find it very easy to offer the job to any of them, and I think any of them could be successful here. And which is just another reminder and occasion to say that I think the task committee did a terrific job, and a couple of the members are present here, and being keen to what Littleton needs, what would work here, what are, and who would be a good fit for the town. And I didn't have any qualms in making, trying to imagine any of these people in the job and seeing them as a non-fit. I think we have a terrific dilemma in front of us in far as choosing people. But that being said, I do have the interviews tonight in my mind anyways, left me with the impression of, we've got 3 good candidates, but I think there's a clear choice. I don't start in my mind, but I'm very interested to hear what other folks have to think. And just going around the horn, Chase?
Sure. I suppose I have a bit of a unique perspective because this is the second, third time that I've interviewed these folks, and I will say that each one of them interviewed in front of us in a very similar way. Subtle differences here and there, but in a similar way to what the TA selection committee saw. I'm looking to Gary and Anita to get affirmation of that, hopefully.
Oh, I'm sorry, 2 members of the committee.
So, first of all, I take that as a good sign because I believe what the Board of Selectmen saw tonight is a reasonable manifestation of what the TA selection committee saw. The second piece that I'll note is that, I don't know if to a person on the TA selection committee, but in general, we thought that some candidates, after thinking about them, our opinions change. In fact, I distinctly remember filling out my interview assessment sheet, and then actually a couple days later going back to talk to Ann to look at the assessment sheet and going, oh, that's funny, that I wrote those things down 3 days ago, now that I've thought about the answers a little bit. Because we have candidates who connect more emotionally. We have candidates who are more technical, and so they really span the gamut. So my only comment is that as much as I think I have an answer right now, I'm still willing to ruminate on that a little bit.
Okay. Cindy, first impressions?
So I think the task committee did a great job. I will commend them on that. They definitely brought before us 3 very different candidates. I was a little surprised by the extent of the differences with respect to experience in some regards between the 3 of them. There were some certain anecdotes that came out during the interviews that I won't point out right now, maybe when we get into deeper discussions, just some things that I picked up on. I think certainly there was one candidate that stood out to me that was very well polished, versed, very streamlined in responses, didn't have to think about a response, had an immediate response, just a different interviewing style. So just a lot of different variables, just because they are so different. But I look at Littleton and what we have going on right now in town, the needs of our community, and to me, someone stood out above the rest as being a better fit.
Okay, Chuck?
I'll echo the sentiments of the board in thanking the task for their work. I kind of echo what Cindy says as well, in that I did feel as though there was one candidate that kind of came to the top, and would be the best fit for Littleton. I'm happy to have the discussion and get into detail, but there was at each question, I felt that there was a very measured approach, a very calm answer, and I feel as though I'd be prepared to move forward tonight if.
Okay, that's what I kind of want to establish right now is where people think we're at in the process, because I'm very happy with, taking the next step to get it on the table, and I don't think everybody has to feel obligated to critique each candidate in detail, or rank them. If we have to get into that, we can, but if you have a preference, or if you want to offer a ranking, or pros and cons without a ranking, I'd just as soon go around the horn now and get into names and see where we all stand. Who knows, we might find ourselves in consensus, we might find ourselves in, time to take another night.
Right.
But,
Well, I think because we didn't use a ranking system when evaluating them, that we shouldn't rank them overall.
Right, but if we get into a position where, two in one direction, 2 in another, the third's up in the air, then we might have to do that kind of stuff, let's kind of see where we land. But,
Okay, sure.
I mean, I think with each question, I kind of, in my head, ranked each question, how each candidate answered each question. And so although it's not a structured ranking system, we didn't speak about it beforehand. I think for me. that
Well,
was
I
kind
threw
of-
that out as how I'd
I understand now, yeah.
suggest we proceed. If folks would prefer something more structured, we could do that too,
Yeah.
but not hearing an outcry for that, I'll start in reverse order, and Chuck, you want to lead off and give us your specific impressions?
So my strong impression is that Steve Sadwick came to the top. I thought that he had a very calm approach. I thought, when we talk about fit, I think he'd be a great fit for Littleton. His experience with projects in the communities that he's come from are very germane to what we're faced with. He's managed a number of different projects with fire stations, community buildings, and any number of different projects, including some to do with sewer in the town of Tewksbury. Very customer service. Some of the high points that I noted were calm, customer service focused, makes sure that employees work well with others. And it's a priority for him. He's a man of integrity. Let's see. He mentioned as one of his weaknesses that he gives people the benefit of the doubt. I think that's just his measured approach. He just allows people to kind of have their say, and I think that's a good quality to have in a town administrator, not passing judgment or taking whatever the board feels as though is the judgment, and forming his own opinions. So the last two that I wrote down was a very high level of professionalism and humility. He's not going to be the guy that's jumping in front of the camera and taking selfies. That served us well for many years, but I think that he's very much focused on, and one of the reasons I asked the question that I asked towards the end there was on Saturday, he kind of acknowledged the fact that he's more of a, he's acquired a guy, and that's an approach he's seen that as a, some people perceive that as a weakness for him, and he feels as though we're the ones that are really the ones that are the cheerleaders and the ones that are going to go out there and get things done. He's the one that needs to make sure that he supports us and helps us and gives us the guidance to get things done. I think the other two candidates are excellent candidates. I'm not going to belittle them. I just feel as though Steve was the one candidate that I felt most strongly about and would support
Okay,
moving forward.
all right. Cindy, you want to jump in with your
Sure.
thoughts?
Yep, sure. So I agree with Chuck. I think that Steve Sadwick did rise to the top with his interview and the information he shared. Some of the notes that I just put down, he's got strong community development experience. He's a project leader. He has a lot of hiring experience. He works building housing and planning projects. He's an effective collaborator. One of the things that really struck out with me during his interview, and this is one of the things that I took from one of the assessments we had been given about as a result of the interviews with the town employees, the department heads, was their wanting to improve communication with the town administrator, with the boards, and with the public. One of the things that he said that he mentioned was the importance of interacting and communicating with the staff, and that communication was a two-way process. I really appreciated his insight into that and elaborating on what he felt was effective communication. His responses to me were steady and seamless. He knew immediately. He didn't have to stop and hesitate. He did have a 30, 60, 90-day plan, which I appreciated him putting some thought into that, and the fact that he had a vision of what he was going to do when he came in as the new town administrator. I really respected that. I loved he talked about cross-training staff. I thought that was really interesting because that's a conversation that we've had somewhat over, since I've been on the Board of Selectmen, how we consolidated departments to make them more efficient and to save money. I thought was an excellent example. Customer service, like Chuck had mentioned, he addressed work performance issues, he addressed conflict resolution pretty thoroughly. So And there was many more. I thought, I did enjoy him. I think his personality came out. He was funny. He's got a dry sense of humor. So I think I honestly think he would be a good fit for the town. I think he's someone that the board could work with, and I think he would be great to bring us forward and move us forward with many important issues we are facing Littleton right now.
Okay, Chase, your impression?
Sure. I think my top candidate, frankly, by a hair, is probably Nina. There are two primary reasons for that, and they're broader and more thematic. The first is that one of the things that we heard that Littleton needs in a town administrator is a working foreman. And Nina, coming from a smaller community, really has to have those capabilities where she is now. Steve, and I'll come back to Steve, because when I say by a hair, Steve is the other candidate that I think I'm very strongly considering here. But contrast that with Steve coming from a larger community where it's much more of a management position and a little less of a working foreman type position. So I think Nina rises to the top in that regard because she's more accustomed to being that working foreman. The second aspect is that Nina's experience at the town administrator, at least in title, and I understand it, Steve's duration may not, as town manager, may not adequately represent the amount of time he was filling a similar role.
yeah.
But I still think there's a substantive difference between being the TA or town manager and not. And Nina, having served in that capacity, is a little more capable of hitting the ground running on her own, and has a lot of the same technical skill sets that I value in both of them. I think that, frankly, I think Kelly's got a lot of strengths in terms of developing people. Her human resources and professional development expertise, I really wish we could blend some of that into the other two candidates, but I really look at Nina and Stephen, their more technical backgrounds, and I think that's a lot of what Littleton needs now we need the whole package, but in terms of balance. But I did say it's really Nina by a hair, and I think Steve would be an excellent fit for Littleton as well. But there's one anecdote I want to share with you guys about Steve. Steve, first and foremost, was the candidate who I had mentioned anonymously that I had to think about and really reevaluate my opinion of. During our interview, it was the TA selection committee's interview, it was hard to draw things out of him. We didn't even get his sense of humor that we got tonight, and so my first impression of him was very different than my follow-up impression. Okay. But here's the thing that I really liked about Steve's interview. Steve knew somehow at some point the sewer came up. And Steve looked right at me. He clearly knew I had presented the article at town meeting and so on. And what he said was, that's interesting. I've got some questions about that. Essentially saying, I'm not totally convinced. And I understand why someone might not be totally convinced. But what I liked about that was that he was willing to look at me in an interview setting when he has nothing to gain by telling me, I'm not sure you have the right thing, and was willing to say, I still
Question
have some
that.
convincing to be done here. And I really valued that. I also thought it was a bold move. I mean, that could crash and burn pretty quick. But I really liked that aspect of him. So I would put Nina above Steve. I like them both, frankly. I mean, obviously, we elevated, the selection committee elevated all three candidates. I think what Littleton needs is better suited by Nina or Steve's capability, and I would argue Nina's a little better suited to address those needs.
I end up in the same place as Chase in terms of priority with Nina. Maybe I'm unique, but I thought she was kind of head and shoulders, and that really doesn't disparage the others. I just think she clicks on so many levels. I mean, she is a town administrator in a smaller community, so this is growth, but she's already done the big job in a smaller town. But because it's a smaller town, she's had a chance to have direct exposure and work with a lot of departments. And, I thought Steve was very capable. He's obviously very accomplished over his career, but it's been kind of segmented, just by nature of the job, in the planning piece of it, which is, of course, important to us, but, she's got that, too. And I think, she really, I think more than the other two, took an effort to kind of analyze, I thought, what Littleton needs, and had thought through, a number of issues. I think they all did their homework, but I don't think she was afraid to put forward, opinions or try to group the goals, topics that we had covered. And I just thought her approach to the answers, both written and verbal, were very reflective, thoughtful, methodical, and, should be my number one priority. Steve Sadwick, I think he'd fit in fine, but, it's hard to get away from the notion that he'd be coming from a town that's 3 times the size of Littleton, down to, or a couple times the size of Littleton anyways, down to, a smaller staff, different function operation, and it'd probably make it work fine, but I'd rather have somebody growing into the position than scaling down to the position. From that approach. But I also just thought in the interviews, if you're going for a job, every question is an opportunity to sell yourself, sell your ideas, and it had to be drawn out, and that's fine in a conversation, in most other contexts, but in the interview, every question is an opportunity to expand on your background, your accomplishments, your ideas you have.
So
But-
rather than, I could counterpoint each of these things. I just put forward the one that I thought was the most
all right,
impressive.
all right.
Versus saying, this
Yeah.
is what Steve didn't do well, because if you're gonna make that point, I would make the point, I had 3 no answers for questions for Nina.
Okay.
Where she didn't answer the question that I asked her. I came back to her again, she still didn't answer the question when I said the focus is people, and then Chase had to come back the 3rd time.
I wasn't
ask the
intending to
question.
get into both candidates, but it kind of, Chase, I'll throw him under the bus. You
Yeah,
kind of
no, well,
introduced that subject.
I think you position it, not to pick on you, Paul, but I think you positioned
You
it
screwed it
differently.
up, not me.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I see, well, I think we'd let Joe go, and then we can do it, rather than.
Yeah, all right.
Yeah,
I mean,
just the point, counterpoint.
yeah, and look, there's a lot of positives on each of the 3 candidates, but
Yeah.
anyway, Joe?
I think it's so different meeting them on Saturday. This is me personally. What happened on Saturday and what happened tonight. If I left Saturday with the idea in my head who I actually thought was 1, 2, and 3, and some people I thought Saturday was so easy to talk to, and some I had to draw out, and I was getting nowhere. Kelly was probably the easiest one to talk to, there's no doubt. I mean, she had some things, good team leader, communications, people come first. I mean, there's a lot of things that she repeated. A lot of times she got off topic, though, is what, and that's the only thing I have anything negative about her tonight was that some of the things that were asked, she went off in another direction without answering the question.
And just so you're aware, that was consistent with what the TA selection committee saw. Sometimes she would kind of wander off.
Now, Nina, when I left on Saturday, I thought Nina was at that point, in my mind, I thought her interview would go nice and smooth as far as I was concerned, because as far as talking to her about problems in town, because she had researched things and she fired things back at me. She asked me what I thought was top priority. She made a mistake as far as I was concerned tonight when her closing statement, she said the most important things talking to us. My most important thing wasn't mentioned, so that didn't go over. And
What you would,
I made the same point.
what you had pointed out was that I was actually sitting here wishing more would come out from what I saw on Saturday, and I didn't see it tonight. I thought she was the one I had to, well, not I, that we had to pull answers out of. They should have been a lot more free-flowing. Now, Steve was the one on Saturday that I knew he was qualified. I knew he was
On paper, at least,
well,
right?
great, but he sat here and I sat there, and I would ask a question, and he'd give me that straight answer with 5 sentences, and it was done, and he sat like this, and there was no other question. I saw something different tonight. I thought he answered everything that was put before us. Big picture person, getting out and about with the people. I love the story about the pesky individual. We know what that's all about, and you have to be able, if you're in that role, you have to be the person. And I asked him about the thing about being too nice. I think sometimes people are overlooked because they do listen, and they do have feelings, and they go about doing the right things in a different manner than other people who are more straightforward. And I like that about him. And then his comment too about he doesn't want to be the limelight. He wants to get the job done for the board, for the town, for the townspeople and all of the departments. But I don't have to be the one that's up there taking the credit for it. I have the impression that he will get around to every single department. And they all said that they would do that. But he gave me the impression that he is so experienced at it. He's done it long enough that he knows that when he walks in here, this is what I have to do, this is what I've done in the past, and I want to listen and figure out what the needs of the departments are, the department heads and whatever, and I'll get my job done. So much different from what Saturday would have,
Yeah.
what my feeling is today. My first note when we were all done, I wanted to take back and read and everything, but I'm certainly, my number one pick right now would be Steve, and I didn't expect that at all.
Yeah. If I could just jump in. So one of the questions towards the end, it was relative to, I think it was Chase, I think you asked it as a follow-up with talking about the legislature. Paul, was that you or was it Chase? Just asking about connections in the legislature. The way he started that question, I thought he was going to lay an egg, frankly. And he knocked it out of the park. If, connections, he talked about MAPC and serving on the executive committee with Keith, and he does that as a volunteer for the community he lives in. And he has no problem, and he can navigate his way around Beacon Hill. And the relationship with legislators and the connections he has.
Well, he didn't say legislature. What I thought was interesting was he said his relationship with staff, which is a really clever way of going about getting done what you, there are
Right, he
multiple
did say that.
strategies.
I
right?
wrote legislature, but you're exactly right, he did say that, yeah. I lost my train of thought, but.
Sorry, I
No, it's
didn't mean to
okay.
derail you. I just thought the staff was it was a very measured strategy on his part
Yeah,
to go after the professionals within the organization.
yeah, and Paul, you had mentioned something about a working foreman, whereas Nina would be.
No, I think someone else
That was
did.
mine.
Oh, okay, just, I think that, Steve, I think, has demonstrated that he has done that, and he would do that, and to Joe's point, he said that, that he's gonna get out and about, and, let's see, what else oh, Paul, just saying that Nina was not afraid to put her answers forward. Again, I go back to that, I marked clearly no answer on 3 of the questions, and that one that I happened to be lucky enough to ask, when I tried to reword it to her and gave her the particular focus, she just still didn't answer the question until she somewhat answered it when Chase came back at her with it. And then,
If you're talking about like 30, 60, 90 days, structure, process, people, I think she acknowledged what the question was right up front and didn't think it was, she could have could have picked one and gone with it, but instead she said, it's, you know, she offered her opinion where she didn't think it was
But my point is, I went back
conceivable
to
to
her.
distinguish, huh?
I went back to her and I said,
Well,
okay,
then-
let me pick up focus for you. Focus on people. And she still didn't answer when I did that until Chase kind of gave back and gave her some more clarity on it. And then to say that every question was a chance to sell yourself, I thought that.
No, I wrote down one of her observations at that point. She said, the navigation is gonna take me where it takes me, and I think that's the more broad-thinking answer to it than assuming you're gonna know at the beginning
Yeah.
where you're gonna end up on that
No,
one.
I
scored
like
her-
that, and I like
With
the-
respect to that question, I essentially, if I was scoring her, gave her the same kind of credit that I gave Steve for questioning, having questions about the sewer. The fact that she said, I actually just sort of disagree with the premise of the question, I liked that aspect of her response, because I liked to see her stand up and push back.
I just,
But you're right, I don't think she answered the question, but I think that was deliberate.
And I think
Well,
that, go ahead.
no, I'm sorry, I'm gonna ask you, there were three that she didn't answer, and I would rather just pick something and go with it instead of, I just thought some of the answers were very vague, kind of skirted around. I thought some of her responses were scripted, just very, very direct. One thing I did want to ask you, that she pointed out, what is she's in Princeton? They don't have an HR director, they don't have a finance director, so it seems to me that their form of government is different than ours. And the other thing that I picked up on when she was talking about talking about finance, I didn't think that she understood that we have policies and procedures in place that formulate how we are structured. Just trying to
I thought she was commending us for having that as opposed to where she was coming from,
That's how I
said-
understood it as
you
well.
know. I'll tell you, and I don't think we give enough credit. What she mentioned, that story at the bond bill funding, just compare that to our own thing. We were lucky that our senator, included a $6 million. She went out and put together for a much punier town a plan and got it through in a competitive environment to get $9 million for a building, and it's kind of recognizing the reality of how that world works rather than just saying, I can go down and work with various people. I'm sure they all have exposure to that, but that's an accomplishment. That's a boom, got it done, did it.
That can also mean the strength of Senator Chandler, too.
What's
So-
that?
The Senator Chandler, that her legislature might have had something to do with that as
Oh,
well.
no doubt,
And I
but
just, right, so I just want to make one comment on her closing statement. She said she prefers a hands-off approach, does not want to get into details of others' work, or she won't be able to do her own work. And she said that a few times. She talked about, when we were talking about meeting the departments, she said, well, that's the police department, they're their department, I don't want to get involved with their work. Well, if you're the town administrator, you have to get involved with everybody's work.
I heard the
disagree,
context of
yeah.
that, too. I think she described a situation where she sat down with the finance team, when they were comfortable on their own, she decided, good, I can go hands-off. I mean,
Yeah, no,
and a
that
similar
was- but that-
question with Steve Sadrick, asking about the communications. I have people who do that for me.
Well,
I
that was
cringed at
social
that.
media,
I-
that's not fair.
Well, I mean, you know what, here, you're not gonna have people that do that for you.
No, and I
You're
think
gonna-
that,
you're
I think
gonna
that
have to
was
do
more a sense of humor. I took that as humor more than I
Well,
took
but
that
it
as-
wasn't an answer to the question either.
With respect to, I do want to break down the idea that, Nina came back to this theme several times, which is that her role in the organization is not to be fleshing out the details. Her role in the organization is to be directing the ship, pointing at where it's going and making sure it's going to get there. And
But how can you be a working foreman and do that?
Yeah.
You're talking about
well,
the commanding
that's
officer
about
and the
maintaining a
XO.
balance, and I think that's
That's why we have an assistant town administrator.
a really insightful observation, that she can't get buried in every bit of minutia, or,
But at least be familiar with it. This is when we were talking about meeting the different departments. It was like she almost wanted to dismiss them, like, well, they're gonna do their own thing. I don't need to get involved with that. That's the way it
I
came across to me.
heard it very differently.
I didn't hear that part.
I'll tell you, on the sewer subject too, I mean, it didn't come up tonight, but I did talk with Steve Savick about that on Saturday. And one point that came, he already was skeptical of our project because they had such a bad situation in Chelmsford. He said that they went townwide and they opted in everybody.
Yeah.
And I said, well, you understand, we're not doing that here. We're doing the commercial district, and we've got buy-in from about 90% of the commercial, and it's only the residences are a very small percentage of that, and they get opt-out. I said, oh, I didn't understand that. Well, it's okay. I'm glad you're interested in the project, but you don't have to dig too far down to understand the differences.
Right.
So,
Well,
I think there's a lot of people in town that don't understand it.
oh, I agree with that,
So
but.
I
On
just-
us.
I just think we'll benefit more from having Steve downsize in some respects to Littleton as opposed to
Yeah.
having Nina trying to upsize and grow.
Yeah.
Well, he's got to do both. He hasn't done a budget, but he's never been an administrator. He's been an assistant. So, I mean, let's be conscious of what, there's only one assistant on the table here. He's coming from a bigger town, but he's the guy who hasn't done the job yet.
I asked him specifically about the budget on Saturday, and he said he's very comfortable with the process, and he is very involved in the budget process. So I don't have a concern about a guy coming from a population of 32,000 down to our population right around 10,000. I was similar to Joe. On Saturday, not that I was ranking, but just in my mind, I had Steve and Nina kind of on par. And then Kelly, I thought was a good candidate, but I saw them as being a level above Kelly. And hoped to be wowed by somebody today, and I wasn't wowed by Nina tonight. I felt like she was off her game. I wrote that down. Seems like she's off her game. She seemed like some of the reason she couldn't come up with examples may have been because of lack of experience. There was a struggle many times, and I think she's very well versed. She's very well read, educated. She's got some great experience, but I don't think that the 3 years that she's actually had the title in a population, in a town that has a population of 3,200, is what's going to make her more experienced and more able to manage the job over Steve Sadwick with decades of experience.
The only thing-
With some of the planning and some of the accomplishments he has, I think would be,
Don't undersell the fact that Nina was also the assistant in
I
Kingsborough
don't.
for 3-4 years prior to
I
that.
don't.
What I don't want to sell down either is, as far as Nina goes, the size of the town and the type of government. Type of government is the same as ours, and this is probably where we were when we had 4,000 people, where you didn't have a finance director and you didn't have HR person. So, because of the size now, which means that she actually has more on a different places she has to go to be in charge. So I don't take that away from her at all.
I just meant in the respect that she needs to be able to work with those individuals. She's used to doing it all herself, or working with them at a different level. It's a little bit, our structure's a little bit different.
I'll be honest, if we're going for vibe, I use the word fit, so I'll use the word vibe. I got a vibe from Kelly and I got a vibe from Steve that they want the job. With Nina, I felt like she has very specific goals, and at some point in time, she wants to be a town administrator in a larger community. I feel like she's very content where she is right now. She's got a lot of things that she's working on and she's making some progress on, and that if given this opportunity, she'll absolutely take it, because she's not gonna say no to another, as she said in her closing arguments, another position, another opportunity. But I don't feel as though this is a fire in her belly. This is not something that she is dying to get to Littleton. And maybe she's coming around to it and she's getting to that point, but I do feel as though with Steve and with Kelly, they conveyed that to me at least, that they're excited about this opportunity.
All right. I think I'm sensing that we're at a point where the disagreements we're having are entirely subjective, because I heard that, it's like, I couldn't have disagreed more on that point. I mean, I thought that she did things where she even pushed the limits a little bit by reaching out to us individually with, emails that were actually targeted to things that we had all said
Like
on
that.
Saturday. I mean, I think that there was no question in my mind she was interested in the job. I mean, I had more of a question about that with Steve, where we're sitting here through the 75-minute interview, and after 2 minutes, we're, coming up with questions to ask, because, his answers were so brief, and, it's like, really, come on, tell us,
I didn't get that at all. I have to be honest.
Okay, well, that's what I'm saying. I think we're at the subjective
Okay,
side.
so-
I think he answered the questions that we asked,
Okay.
as we asked them.
I would concede, I don't think he's very good at the interview game, right? He's not good at fluffing his own feathers.
Right. That's the
He's going to
humility.
answer the question in front of him, and the answer's the answer, and that's that. And you can perceive that as a strength or a weakness. I think that's just an observation, and it's characteristic of Steve.
I think that's part of the schooling and everything. I think Nina she's very good at the process, and the email that we got within 24 hours of meeting with her.
Right.
I think I respect that. I think I would look forward to, I met Nina last year at the MMA, just kind of by chance when we met on Saturday. She's like, oh, we've met before. And I said, oh, last year at the MMA outside of the budget, whatever it was. So I think she's an up-and-comer. I think she's got a great future ahead of her. I just think that she's not the fit for Littleton at this time.
Okay, well, I think everybody voiced a first preference, so as I say, unless people think that there's any glaring oversight that we're catching things, as I say, whereas we're hearing everybody's arguments, they're really, they're coming down to personal preferences and, how you heard things and where you saw a strength or weakness, and not so much on a factual disagreements as much as a gut level, perception. I don't know if there's anything you want to add or different, but other than that, I mean, I just assume we move on with the process. I mean, I said at the outset, and I meant it, that I would be happy to hire any one of the three of them, and, so I don't have a problem with not being, being on board with, my first personal preference.
I feel strongly that we need to have a consensus. I think it's a good message to send
Oh,
to whomever it is that we do.
Won't be any argument for me on that. So,
I feel like I'm sitting pretty here, and that, I'll take Nina and Steve, either one, I'm very happy
so-
with. I think Nina's a slightly better choice, but I would value consensus first. And what I heard was Joe liked Steve.
Steve and, but me, I'm almost like you, but Steve is,
So, entertain a motion?
yeah, and just, but maybe before we get in the motion, then the process would be, if we get a motion, we get a vote, then
Chairman?
I'll make calls to, at least, I assume in this, age of instantaneous communication, an attempt to wait to see how the first negotiation goes is inappropriate. We're gonna let the others know.
You may not need to call. anyone.
Well, but, the courtesy is
It should be,
appropriate.
And I've already
yeah.
sent you their contact.
And then in terms of negotiation after making contact with, whoever the nominee is, my suggestion would be that, in addition, obviously, to working through the board with contract terms, that I would be looking for assistance from not only council, and I think the norm is to have, police do background check too on that end, but also we have two good resources that I would look to for advice, and that would be both Keith Bergman and Tim Goddard, since they've both done the job before and are available to us at no cost.
We like
The
that.
moderator does have a salary. Stipend.
Well, we won't have, we'll increase costs, anyway. All right, so that would be the intended plan, anyway, if we're at a point of going forward with a vote.
Okay.
Everyone's okay with that? Okay, and if negotiations fall down, well, we just come back and meet again.
Correct.
Okay,
I move, ready?
yep,
I move that the Board of Selectmen select Stephen J. Sadwick as
offer, yeah.
the candidate that we shall offer the town administrator position to.
Second?
Okay, the motion's been made by Selectman DeCoste, seconded by Selectman Napoli, that the position of town administrator be offered by vote of the Board of Selectmen to Stephen Sadwick. Any further discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? The ayes have it unanimously. Okay.
Thank you, everyone.
folks.
Move to adjourn.
Motion has been made and seconded to adjourn. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. All right. Contact
Good
info,
process.
Chase.
Yep, I emailed you.